talked about that? Because I heard that, and then, and I show your next credit number, which is 7-6.
Yes.
For the
Boy, I like to follow
confirmation.
in.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I was just about to text you, Paige, yesterday and say, well, she didn't admit whatever it was, 50 something through whatever, right when she said, and Robert, I what?
I was like, wait.
right, good morning to everybody. I'd just like to remind everybody that if you are in the audience in any capacity, there are not to be any recordings or pictures taken inside of the courtroom. You can do it through the window back here if you're with the press. I won't allow taking pictures or anything like that to disrupt any of the proceedings. So just as a blanket rule, none of that will occur inside the courtroom. If my bailiffs see anybody doing that, I will have them seize whatever device is being used. All right. All right. Is there anything else we need to address on behalf of the state?
Not right now, Your Honor. Thank you.
And on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mr. Ross.
Good morning.
All right, let's go ahead and bring our folks in, please.
I'm just trying to keep it straight. Check this out.
All right. Looks like everybody has made it back this morning. That is an excellent start to the day. At this time, I believe, Ms. Orr, we were ready for you to call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, and the state will call James Rogers.
Come right up here, Mr. Rogers. We'll get you sworn in, all right?
Left hand on the Bible and raise your right. You solemnly swear the testimony about to give this court jury be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
May be seated.
Mr. Rogers, go ahead and grab a seat there and get right close to that mic, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
James Rogers, Jamesrogers,
And Mr. Rogers, where do you live?
6200 Yarborough Road, Mebane.
And are you familiar with the case involving the deaths of Lyric Woods and Devin Clark?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the area their bodies were located?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that in relation to where you live?
It's about 150 yards from my house to the location where the bodies were found.
I want to draw your attention to that weekend of September 16th, 17th, and 18th. What were you doing that weekend?
I was going down to Ocean Drive for a beach festival at North Myrtle Beach, and was leaving Saturday morning around 6 o'clock. And
So what'd you do Friday night?
I didn't go anywhere Friday night. I got everything ready, packed to go Saturday morning.
And at some point in the overnight hours, did you wake up in the middle of the night?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about what happened?
Well, I went to bed at 12 o'clock, and I set my alarm clock to get up at 6 o'clock. And all of a sudden, I heard a commotion like fireworks or something was going off, and it woke me up. And I was thinking, well, I don't know who in the world was shooting off fireworks, or if somebody was deer hunting it early in the morning. So I just laid there for a few minutes and decided to go on back to sleep. And then I heard 4 gunshots. And the first time that woke me up, I looked at my clock, it was 5 minutes to 2. So I laid there, like I said. And then when I heard the 4 shots, it woke me up. And I looked at the clock, it was 5 minutes after 2. At that time, I got up and looked out my bedroom window toward Buckhorn Road, see if I could see headlights or whatever I could see going down the road. Didn't see anything, so I went to my living room, and I looked out my picture window down Yarborough Road, and I didn't see anything going on there, so I stayed in the living room for about 10 minutes or so. Went back to my bedroom, went to the bathroom, came back, laid down, went to sleep. Alarm went off at 6 o'clock. I got up, took a shower, and at 7:30, that's when I got on the road to go to North Myrtle Beach.
Okay. You identified the sound that you heard as gunshots. Can you describe your familiarity with what gunshots sound like?
Yes, I've hunted most of my life, and there's a gun club behind my house, maybe a quarter of a mile if you go through the woods, and they're shooting there Fridays and all weekends and stuff like that.
Was there anything distinctive about the shots that you heard, or how would you describe them?
It was a loud 4 shots. I mean, everything was completely quiet. There wasn't any cars going up and down the road or anything. And it was just pow, 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 pow. And that's what got me up.
I don't have any other questions for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Trout?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Good morning, Mr. Rogers.
Good morning.
So you mentioned that you live on Yarborough Road, not Buckhorn Road.
That's right.
So does your house face Buckhorn Road? Is your mailbox face Yarborough? What is the orientation of your house to Buckhorn?
My house faces Yarborough Road. And then there's a tree line and a field, and then there's Buckhorn Road.
And so there's a little bit of a barrier between your house and Buckhorn Road.
That's right.
And so if you were to look out your window toward Buckhorn Road, there would be trees and some things obstructing your view.
Yes, sir.
And I guess maybe on good days, maybe the trees and those barriers might even keep some of the sound from Buckhorn because that's a little bit busier of a road.
Well, at that time of the year, the leaves had done started falling. And it was pretty much a clear view.
Okay.
Most of the limbs on the trees in that wood area are up high.
Okay. Now, I guess if you were leaving your house, are there any houses between your house and Buckhorn Road?
No.
Okay. And there's a fence line with maybe some animals?
There's a fence line, and at that time there were, the lady had 4 horses out there.
Okay.
But the horses are not in the field during the night. They put them up in barns.
Okay. Okay. And you mentioned that you went to bed around midnight.
Yes, sir.
And that you heard a sound that kind of startled you, and when you turned around and looked, it was a little bit before 2 a.m.
It was 5 minutes to 2.
All right, so whatever startled you happened somewhere around 1:55, 1:54 a.m.
Right.
And then after you heard that, you said you got out of the bed and kind of looked out the window?
No, the first time I just thought to myself, I wonder what was going on. 'Cause, behind me, there's a pond at the end of the field. There's a trailer there, and the people that used to live there have had some parties and stuff, and they would set off fireworks. But at this time, there was nobody there. So it was sort of odd that I heard it, and then that's when I didn't pay much attention to it. And then after a few minutes, that's when I heard 4 shots, and that's when I looked at the clock and got up out of bed.
Okay. And so there were a couple minutes, several minutes between the first shots or the first sound that you heard, and then what you heard when you were kind of awake and conscious and aware, the 4 shots that was 5 minutes after 2.
Yes, sir.
And so you aren't certain that the sound that you heard before were shot. Maybe they were fireworks. Maybe it was something that woke you up. But when you heard that sound, the first inclination was to look by that pond because people go hang out by that pond.
Right.
You said you looked out the window, I guess in different directions at the pond and maybe towards Buckhorn, but you didn't see any movement.
No, sir, from the stop sign where I could see, coming down Buckhorn Road to where the pond and that trailer is, I didn't see any commotion or no vehicles, no lights or anything.
And you mentioned your house is about 150 yards from Buckhorn. Is it typical or common for you to hear talking conversations towards Buckhorn or in any other direction?
No, sir.
Okay, it's not close enough for that?
No, sir.
Okay. And you didn't notice any headlights, and I think you said you stayed up for at least 10 more minutes and didn't see any cars drive by or anything like that?
No, sir.
And then after you didn't see or perceive anything else, you didn't hear any more sounds, you went to bed and continued on with your trip to the beach that following morning.
Right.
You were contacted by law enforcement, is that right?
Well, to start with, I was contacted by my son. When I went down to the beach, they have a thing called Fun Sunday, Fun Monday. So after we did Fun Sunday and came back to the gentleman's house I was staying at, my son called me and told me they had found a couple of bodies right off of Buckhorn Road. And I said, well, how do you know? He said, well, they had the road completely blocked both ways with highway patrol, sheriff department cars. So he had to go around. And then he walked down to the scene, and I believe it was Detective Barry said something, they found it. And my son told him that I had mentioned that I had heard some shots earlier that morning. So he said, well, Detective Barry would like for me to come in and make a deposition or something. So I told him, I said, well, tell him I'll be in Tuesday. And my son said, well, he would like to have a deposition before Tuesday. So I cut my trip short, and I came in that Monday morning.
Oh, so at what point did you tell your son that you heard these shots?
Saturday afternoon, that I told him that I had made it down there, because if I go on a trip, I always call him, tell him that I'm there, made it safely. And then he said, well, fine. He didn't know anything at that time that I know of. And then Sunday afternoon around 5 or 5:30 is when he called me back.
And your son, does he live close by, same street, same?
Well, he lives behind me.
Okay. And
You go down a little bit farther, another drive, and go down behind me.
and when you strike that, and you said those 4 shots you heard after 2 were loud, and you said you heard 4.
4. Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
In those 10 minutes that you stayed up after hearing the 4 shots, did you hear anything else?
No, ma'am.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Mr. Rogers, thank you so much for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state will call Dr. Lauren Scott.
Dr. Scott, if you'll come right up here, we'll get you sworn in, okay?
Left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about you this court jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Dr. Scott, when you get up there, just make sure you're close to that microphone, okay? All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Dr. Lauren Scott. Lauren is Lauren. Scott is Scott.
And where do you work and what is your position there?
I'm an associate chief medical examiner at the Office of Medical Examiner of North Carolina in Raleigh.
And how long have you been working there?
In my current capacity since June of 2013, I did my final training year at the office as well.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in North Carolina?
I am, yes,
And when did you become licensed?
in 2012.
Do you have a specialty in medicine?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
Forensic pathology.
Where and when did you receive your medical training?
I completed medical school at the University at Buffalo in 2008. I then did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Dartmouth. My final training year was a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of North Carolina.
Can you describe what it means to be a pathologist or a forensic pathologist?
Pathology in general is the study of disease. As forensic pathologists, we focus on diseases of a non-natural manner. We investigate deaths where death is presumed to be due to non-natural means, so cases of accident, suicide, and homicide. We do this for various examinations, primary of which is the autopsy examination.
Have you testified before as an expert in forensic pathology?
I have, yes,
And approximately how many times?
about 95 times.
Do you have a curriculum vitae that describes your educational and professional experience?
I do, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Dr. Scott, I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 76 and ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, State's Exhibit 76 is a copy of my resume or CV.
And is it a true and accurate copy of your CV?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit State 76 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
76 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I would tender Dr. Lauren Scott as an expert in forensic pathology.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
We will admit Dr. Scott as an expert in forensic pathology.
Thank you. Dr. Scott, what are your duties as a pathologist?
As mentioned, we determine cause and manner of death in cases presumed to be non-natural means, so any cases that are presumed to be accident, suicide, or homicide, and we do that primarily through the autopsy examination.
Who decides when an autopsy is completed?
It is a collaboration between our office and whoever is reporting a case to our office, so that could be law enforcement or a hospital personnel. And we will do an autopsy examination in all cases where there is a concern for homicide.
Can you describe for the jury what is done during an autopsy?
When the decedent first arrives at our office, they are given a unique number. That number will appear on all pieces of evidence, reports, and photographs that we take in conjunction with the case. Once they get that number, they receive an X-ray to look for any retained objects of evidentiary value, like bullets or projectiles. We then open their body bag, document any clothing, personal effects that they arrived at our office with, as well as any evidence of medical intervention that's on the body. We remove all the clothes, personal effects, evidence of medical intervention. Sorry.
Personal effects.
Sorry, what point were you at?
We remove all items, clothes, personal effects.
And evidence of medical intervention. We then proceed to our external examination. On the external examination, we look for any evidence of injury, as well as documenting characteristics like length and weight and hair color, any identifying characteristics like tattoos and scars. As we are documenting our findings, we do that both through some written notes and primarily through dictated notes. Once we are done with our external view of the body, we then proceed to an internal examination, making incisions into the chest cavity, into the abdominal cavity, and into the head, looking at the brain and the major organs in the chest and the abdominal cavity as they sit within the cavities, seeing if there are any abnormal fluid collections in the cavities, like collections of blood. We then remove all of the major organs, including the brain and the organs of the chest and abdomen. We are looking for any evidence of natural disease and any evidence of injuries, and documenting those injuries and natural diseases as we go along. In some cases, we will take samples for toxicology testing, so that's testing for drugs and alcohol to see if drugs or alcohol contributed to the death. In some cases, we'll also take small pieces of the organs to look at under the microscope. Once we are done with all of our ancillary testing, like the toxicology and the microscopic exam, we then compile a final written autopsy report documenting all of our findings and our opinion as to the cause and manner of death.
And are the procedures you just described in accordance with the generally accepted standards or guidelines in your field?
They are, yes.
And where do those standards or guidelines come from?
From the National Association of Medical Examiners.
Dr. Scott, turning your attention to this matter specifically, did you perform 2 autopsies in relation to this case?
I did, yes.
And did you perform an autopsy on Lyric Woods?
I did, yes.
What date did you complete that autopsy?
I refer to my report to remember that date. It was September 20th of 2022.
And could you briefly summarize the findings of your autopsy?
Ms. Woods had a total of 7 different gunshot wound tracks on and throughout her body. She had 1 gunshot wound that went through her right hand, through her right thumb, entering the back of the thumb, exiting from the front of the thumb. She had 1 gunshot wound that entered her left back. This wound injured her left lung, her aorta, or the major artery that brings blood away from the heart, and her liver, before exiting from the right front of her abdomen. She also had a gunshot wound that entered her right upper back, went forwards through her right shoulder, fractured or broke her right clavicle or collarbone, and exited from her right upper chest. She had 2 gunshot wounds of her neck. Both of these entered on the right side of her neck. 1 exited on the left side of her neck. 1 exited on the central part of her neck. These both went through muscles in the front of the neck before exiting. She also had a gunshot wound that entered the front of her left shoulder and exited from her left upper arm, and a gunshot wound that entered the central part of her left upper arm and exited from the back of her left upper arm. There is also an abrasion or scrape on her right hand I'm sorry, my misspoken there. That was her left hand. Abrasion or scrape on her left hand, which may have been from a gunshot wound that just scraped across the skin surface rather than entering the body, but it didn't quite have all the characteristics that allow me to confidently classify it as that. So this scrape on her hand may have just been a scrape from some other injury, or it may have been a scrape from a gunshot wound.
How do you determine the direction or path of travel of a gunshot wound?
We look at characteristics of the defects that are on the skin surface to determine if they're entrance or exit wounds. And I think we'll discuss that a little bit later when we have some pictures. We look at the injuries that are within the body cavities and within the organs and the internal tissues of the body, see where there is hemorrhage and where there is injury to trace a wound track from entrance to exit.
During the autopsy, were photographs taken of Miss Woods' injuries?
They were, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Dr. Scott, I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 77 through 96 and ask you if you recognize these.
I do. If you can remind me of the numbers of these exhibits.
77 through 96.
States Exhibits 77 through 96 are photographs taken during the autopsy of Ms. Woods.
And would those photographs help you explain your findings from her autopsy to the jury?
They would, yes.
And are they fair and accurate representations of what you observed when you performed Ms. Woods' autopsy on September 20th of 2022?
They are, yes.
Your Honor, this time I would move States 77 through 96 into evidence as substantive evidence.
Any objections?
No objection, Judge.
All right, States 77 through 96 will be admitted into evidence as substantive evidence.
Dr. Scott, did you, you stated that you observed 7 gunshot wounds on Lyric Woods' body. Did you assign each gunshot wound an identifier?
It was 7 gunshot wound tracks, and yes, I arbitrarily labeled the wounds for descriptive purposes. There is, however, no way to tell which wound was first, second, third, fourth, which order they actually occurred in.
Your Honor, could I have the witness step down in front of the jury in order to publish these photos to the jury?
You may. Dr. Scott, you may step down. Mr. Trapp, you may move so you can see.
Thank you, Judge.
Dr. Scott, we'll start with States Exhibit 77. Can you describe for the jury what's depicted in States 77?
States Exhibit 77 is what we term an identification photograph. In each autopsy, we will take a close-up view of the decedent's face for identification purposes. And you'll notice that in each photograph, there is the unique autopsy identifier number. In the case of Ms. Woods, it is B22-5939. That number will appear on all photographs, evidence, reports we take and write in conjunction with the case.
taking a look at states 78 and 79, which gunshot wound is depicted in these photographs?
State 78, sorry, what number was that?
78
78
and 79.
States Exhibit 78 and 79 show the gunshot wound that went through Ms. Wood's right hand, through her right thumb. Exhibit number 78, which is on your left, shows her entrance wound on the right thumb. The entrance wound is just above the autopsy identifier label. And her exit wound is on the underside of the right thumb, again, just above the autopsy identifier label. This wound, as it went through the thumb, fractured one of the bones in the thumb.
You mentioned entrance wounds and exit wounds. How are you able to determine what's an entrance wound and an exit wound?
An entrance wound will be more round, oval, regular in appearance than an exit wound, which will have a more irregular appearance, although not always. A entrance wound will often have an area of abrasion around it. As the bullet's entering the skin surface, it rubs up against the skin surface, wearing away the outer layer of the skin. An exit wound would generally not have such an abrasion unless the body is pressed up against some object when the bullet is exiting. One of the things that is most helpful for us is whether or not the wound reapproximates. So with an entrance wound, I can stretch the skin in every direction and there will still be a gap left. With an exit wound, if I stretch the skin in a certain direction, it will leave no gap. The skin will reapproximate or close back together.
Dr. Scott, you're doing a great job. I know it's nerve-wracking to be up in front of people. Just slow it down just a tad bit. Thank you.
Now looking at states exhibits 80 and 81, can you describe what's depicted in these exhibits for the jury?
States exhibits 80 and 81 show the entrance gunshot wound on Ms. Wood's left back. The photograph on your left is a further away view of that gunshot wound, showing the location on her mid-left back. Her left shoulder is towards the left of the photograph. Her head is towards the top of the photograph. And the entrance wound is above the autopsy identifier number. A close-up view of that wound is on your right-hand side. Again, it is above the autopsy identifier label. It shows the characteristics of an entrance wound. It is round to oval in shape. It has an abrasion rim where the bullet's rubbing up against the skin, wearing away the outer layer of the skin. And if I can stretch the skin in every direction, I can do so and still leave a gap, not completely reapproximate that wound.
Were you able to determine a, sorry, I did just. And taking a look at states 82 and 83, can you describe what's depicted in these photos?
States exhibits 82 and 83 show the exit wound that corresponds with the entrance wound that we just saw. So again, the entrance wound was on Ms. Wood's left mid-back. This exit wound is on her right front abdomen. In the photograph on the left, you can see an overall view. Her right shoulder would be up towards the top left of the photograph. Her left arm is towards the right side of the photograph. And the exit wound is just above the autopsy identifier number. On the left side photograph, you can see a close-up view of that exit wound. Again, this wound track entered the left back, went through the left lung, injured the aorta, or the major vessel that brings blood away from the heart, then went through her liver and exited from the front of the right abdomen. And you can see the characteristics of an exit wound in the close-up view.
it is more irregular in shape. It doesn't have that nice regular round oval appearance like the entrance wound did. If I could stretch the skin, I could stretch it and close up that wound and not leave a gap, and there's no abrasion rim around it or area where the bullet's rubbing up against the skin.
Taking a look at State's Exhibit 84 and 85, can you describe what's depicted in these photographs?
State's Exhibit 84 and 85 show an entrance and exit wound that correspond with one another. The photograph on the left, which I believe is State's Exhibit 84, shows an entrance wound on the back of Ms. Wood's right shoulder. In this photograph, her right shoulder would be towards the top of the photograph. Her back would be down towards the bottom of the photograph. Her left side would be towards the left of the photograph, and her right side towards the right side of the photograph. And this wound is on the back of her right shoulder, right upper back, and it is again above the autopsy identifier label. It again shows those characteristics of an entrance wound: oval appearance, abrasion rim, does not reapproximate. This wound subsequently went through her shoulder and exited from the front of her right upper chest after going through her right collarbone or clavicle. The exit wound for this wound track is depicted in State's Exhibit 85 on your left-hand side. It is again right above the autopsy identifier label, and it has the characteristics of a typical exit wound.
I will also reuse State's Exhibit 85 as well as 86 and ask if you can describe the additional injuries we're seeing in State's 85.
State's Exhibit 85 additionally shows entrance wounds on the right side of Ms. Wood's neck. In the exit wound, which corresponded to the entrance wound on the back of her right shoulder, is on her right upper chest and is above the autopsy identifier label. On the right side of her neck, you can see two additional entrance wounds. There are two wounds that went through her neck, entering on the right side. The one that is closer to her middle exited from the left side of her neck. The one that is further from her middle exited from the front part of her neck. It was underneath the chin, so you cannot see it in this photograph. And these wounds both went through muscle in the front part of the neck.
And in States 86 and 87, I switched sides on 86, 87.
State's Exhibit 86 and 87 show close-up views of the entrance wounds on Ms. Lyric's neck. State's Exhibit 86 shows the wound that was closer to the front. State's Exhibit 87 shows the wound that was closer to the back of her neck.
And how about States 89?
State's Exhibit 89 shows an overall view of those two entrance wounds on Ms. Lyric's right neck. So in this photograph, the front part of
part of her neck would be towards the right of the photograph. The back part of her neck would be towards the left of the photograph. And you can see the two entrance wounds just above the autopsy identifier label. The one towards the right of the photograph is the one that is closer to the midline or her mid portion, and the one that is on the left side of the photograph is further from her midline.
About State's Exhibit 90.
State's Exhibit 90 is a view of the left side of Ms. Wood's neck. Her head would be towards the top of the photograph, her chest towards the bottom of the photograph, the front part of her neck towards the left side of the photograph, and the back part of her neck towards the right side of the photograph. So we're looking at the left side of her neck. Above the autopsy identifier label is the exit gunshot wound. This corresponds to one of the entrances that was on the right side of her neck.
Looking again at State's Exhibit 85, can you describe what we're seeing on Ms. Woods' face here?
In State's Exhibit 85 shows the entrance wounds on the right side of her neck. On her right cheek are small red marks. These red marks are made by burned and unburned gunpowder particles striking the skin surface and leaving tiny scrapes or abrasions. We term this stippling, and it is the burned and unburned flecks of gunpowder striking the skin surface. This indicates that the gunshot wound was close enough for those burned and unburned flecks of gunpowder to reach the skin surface. The exact determination of wound distance needs to be done through test fires in the lab, but when I'm seeing this stippling, it means the wound is, or the gun was held usually within a few feet of the victim.
Taking a look at States 91 and 92, can you describe for the jury what's depicted in both of those?
State's Exhibits 91 and 92 show the entrance and exit wounds that go from the front part of the left shoulder to the back of the left arm. State's Exhibit 91 shows the entrance wound on the front part of Ms. Wood's left shoulder. The side of her arm would be towards the left of the photograph. Her chest would be towards the right of the photograph. Top of the shoulder towards the top and chest towards the bottom. The entrance wound is again above the autopsy identifier label and shows the characteristics of an entrance wound. This wound went through muscle of the shoulder and left upper arm and exited from the back of the left upper arm. In State's Exhibit 92, you can see this exit wound above the autopsy identifier label on the back of Miss Wood's left upper arm. And it entered her left shoulder and exited from the back of her left upper arm. 94. State's Exhibits 93 and 94 depict the gunshot wound that went through Ms. Wood's left upper arm. State's Exhibit 93 on your left-hand side shows the entrance wound on the middle part of her left upper arm. State's Exhibit 94 on your right-hand side shows the exit wound on the back part of her left upper arm, again, above the autopsy identifier label. For this particular wound, a portion of the bullet exited and a portion of the bullet was retained within the arm and recovered at the time of autopsy.
And Dr. Scott, did you photograph the portion of the projectile that was recovered from that area?
I did, yes.
And could you describe what's depicted in States 95?
State's Exhibit 95 shows that portion of the bullet or projectile that was recovered from Ms. Wood's left upper arm. Again, a portion of that bullet exited and a portion stayed within the arm.
And could you describe what's depicted in States Exhibit 96?
State's Exhibit 96 is a view of the back of Ms. Wood's left hand. This shows the scrape or abrasion that I spoke of before, which might be from a gunshot which, instead of entering the skin, grazed or scraped across the skin surface. Since she had some decompositional changes, it doesn't have enough characteristics for me to say that's definitely what it was from. So it could be from a gunshot wound scraping against her hand, or it could just be from another blunt force injury or object without a sharp cutting edge impacting the skin surface with enough force that it rapes away the outer layer of the skin.
Thank you.
Just be careful not to.
Dr. Scott, other than the injuries that you've just described, were there other injuries that you observed during your examination?
There were a few small additional scrapes and bruises on her body, specifically on her right knee.
And do you have any opinion about what might have caused those?
Those were caused by some blunt force injury. I can't say any more other than that an object, excuse me, an object without a sharp cutting edge struck the skin surface, or the skin surface struck an object without a sharp cutting edge to create those injuries.
Dr. Scott, in reference to the, we can take gunshot wound 2 for an example. There were some areas around the exit gunshot wound that you describe as superficial epidermal abrasions. Can you describe what you observed about those injuries?
There are areas where the skin was worn away, the outer layer of the skin or the epidermis was worn away surrounding that injury. I think a lot of what I was seeing there was due to post-mortem injury, so injury that occurred after death, largely through the activity of insects. It is possible that there was some object that struck the body surface there or pressed up against the body surface to cause those injuries.
And based on the autopsy of Lyric Woods that you've just described, were you able to form an opinion as to cause of death?
I was, yes.
And did you prepare a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions in this case?
I did, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 97 and ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, State's Exhibit 97 is a copy of the autopsy report that I prepared for Ms. Woods.
And is it a true and accurate copy of your report?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, this time I would move State's Exhibit 97 into evidence as substantive evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, States 97 will be admitted into evidence as substantive evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Scott, did you also have an opportunity to review a toxicology report as a part of forming your opinion in this case?
I did, yes.
And can you describe what a toxicology analysis is?
Toxicology analysis tests for alcohol and sometimes other drugs that were present in the body at the time of death.
And what is the purpose of completing a toxicology analysis as a part of an autopsy?
We perform toxicology analyses to see if there are any substances that would be contributory to the death.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Dr. Scott, I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 98 and ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, State's Exhibit 98 is a copy of the toxicology report for Ms. Woods.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the toxicology report that was generated in this case?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's 98 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, States 98 will be admitted for substantive evidence, yes?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Scott, what were the results of the decedent's toxicology report?
In the case of Ms. Woods, we only tested for alcohols, not for other substances, which is our policy when we have an obvious cause of death, such as gunshot wounds at the time of initial autopsy. She had 40 milligrams per deciliter of ethanol or alcohol in her postmortem blood. That equates to a 0.04% blood alcohol concentration.
And what, if any, conclusions can you draw from those results?
Given that she had decompositional changes, I cannot draw many conclusions from those. As part of the decomposition process, there's fermentation that occurs that can produce alcohol. I cannot tell if the alcohol I'm seeing in her system is due to alcohol that was produced as part of that decomposition fermentation process, or whether it was due to alcohol that she consumed before her death.
Dr. Scott, what is your opinion as to cause of death in this case?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Based on the injuries you've described, how long would someone remain alive after receiving those injuries?
It can vary dependent on particular characteristics, given that she had a number of gunshot wounds going through large areas of muscle, as well as a gunshot wound which went through 2 major organs and a major vessel. I anticipate that she would have at least lost consciousness within several minutes after the injuries, possibly sooner, and that she likely also would have died within several minutes. But there are exceptions to every rule. I have seen people who have lived for several hours after getting a gunshot wound straight through the heart.
And which of these wounds that Ms. Woods received would you categorize as the most serious?
The most serious was the wound which entered her left back and exited from her right abdomen, going through her left lung, her aorta, or major vessel that carries blood away from the heart, and her liver.
And what sort of consequences would those injuries have?
Those injuries would have caused bleeding within the body cavities, which I did appreciate at the time of autopsy. In addition to the blood loss itself, when there is blood within body cavities, it presses on the organs, preventing the organs from functioning properly, preventing the lungs from expanding as they are supposed to, preventing the heart from beating as it is supposed to, because of that pressure of the fluid on the organs.
And how much blood did you observe when you did your internal examination?
Observed
from that injury?
Yep. Observed 500 milliliters of blood in her left chest cavity, 300 milliliters in her right chest cavity, and 500 milliliters in her abdominal cavity.
I'm obviously not a doctor. Is that a lot?
That is a significant amount of blood, and we also need to take into consideration that that does not represent the total amount of blood that she lost, since there is some blood that comes out through the wounds, is left on her clothing, the scene, etc., not within her body cavities.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. Did you also perform an autopsy on Devin Clark?
I did, yes.
And when did you perform that autopsy?
Refer to my report again. That autopsy was also performed on September 20th of 2022.
And did you perform his autopsy before or after Ms. Woods's? If you remember.
That was after Ms. Wood's autopsy.
Could you briefly summarize the findings of Mr. Clark's autopsy?
He had a total of 6 gunshot wound tracks on his body. There was a wound which entered his right upper back, went through his back into his neck, fractured 2 of the vertebrae in his neck, also injured the right internal jugular vein and right common carotid artery. These are the vessels, 2 major vessels that bring blood to and from the head, to and from the heart. The vein brings the blood from the head to the heart, and the artery brings the blood from the heart to the head. So both that vein and artery were injured in his right neck. And this wound exited from the side of his right neck. So again, entered the right upper back, went through the neck, injured 2 major vessels, a vein and an artery in the side of his neck, and exited from the right side of his neck. There was also a gunshot wound which entered his right upper back, further from his midline. This wound went through his back, through his shoulder, fractured his right first rib before exiting from his right upper chest above the right collarbone or clavicle. He additionally had a wound that entered his right buttock, went through muscle of his right thigh, and exited from the front of his right thigh. Another gunshot wound entered the outside of his left foot, fractured bones in the foot and the ankle, and lodged within the foot. So I recovered that bullet from the foot. I do believe, looking back, I misspoke with one of the gunshot wounds. So I will correct myself now. The wound that entered the right upper back did not actually exit, it lodged above the right clavicle. So the one which entered from the right upper back went through the back and fractured the right rib. Did not actually exit. The bullet was retained within the body above the right clavicle or right collarbone. Returning to a new gunshot wound, he had a wound of the back of his head. This wound went through his right neck, through his right cheek, and exited from his right cheek. He also had a gunshot wound that entered above his right clavicle, went through tissue of the right shoulder, went through the right scapula or shoulder blade, and the projectile was recovered from muscle of his right back. So there were gunshot wounds in his right shoulder going in 2 opposite directions. One was entering and lodged in his back. One entered from the back and lodged in his front.
And during the autopsy, were photographs taken of Mr. Clark's injuries?
They were, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Dr. Scott, I'll show you what have been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 99 through 113 and ask you if you recognize those.
States Exhibits 99 through 113 are photographs that were taken during the autopsy of Mr. Clark.
And would those photographs help you explain the injuries that you've just described to the jury?
They would, yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you observed on Mr. Clark during your autopsy?
They are, yes.
Your Honor, this time I would move States Exhibits 99 through 113 into evidence as substantive evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
States 99 through 113 will be admitted as substantive evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor, and may Dr. Scott step down.
Yes, Dr. Scott.
Dr. Scott, beginning with States Exhibit 99, can you describe for the jury what's depicted in this exhibit?
States Exhibit 99 is the identification photograph for Mr. Clark. Again, in every autopsy, we take a close-up of the face for identification purposes, and every photograph that we take will have a unique autopsy identifier number on it. For Mr. Clark, that number is B22-5940. And you'll see that number on all photographs that we take in conjunction with this case, as well as all pieces of evidence that we take and all reports that we write.
Beginning with States Exhibits 100 and 101, can you describe what's depicted in these photographs?
States Exhibits 100 and 101 show the entrance wound, one of the entrance wounds on Mr. Clark's right upper back. In the photograph towards the left, which is States Exhibit 100, there is an overall view of where this is located on his body. His right shoulder is towards the right side of the photograph. His head is towards the left top of the photograph. So this is a view of his back and the back of his right shoulder. That entrance wound is just above the autopsy identifier label on his right upper back. States Exhibit 101 shows a close-up view of that entrance wound on Mr. Clark's right upper back. Again, it has the typical characteristics of an entrance wound. It's nice and oval, regular, has an abrasion around it where the bullet's rubbing up against the skin surface as it enters, and will not reapproximate. So if I stretch the skin in every direction, it will not leave a, or it will leave a gap.
And in States Exhibit 100, can you describe for the jury what we're seeing with regard to Mr. Clark's skin?
With Mr. Clark's skin in States Exhibit 100, you're seeing areas of decompositional change. So his epidermal layer is being worn away, and that was just occurred post-mortem. It is not indicative of any injury. It's just a post-mortem decompositional change. that the outer layer of the skin starts to rub away after a certain amount of time.
And looking at states 102 and 103, can you describe for the jury what's depicted in these photos?
States Exhibits 102 and 103 show the exit gunshot wound that corresponds to the entrance that we just saw. This exit gunshot wound is on Mr. Wood's right neck. In States Exhibit 103, which is on your right, you can see an overall view of the location of that wound. It is a view of the right side of Mr. Wood's face and the right side of his neck. Gunshot wound again entered from his right upper back, went through his back into his neck, injured the right internal jugular vein and right common carotid artery. Those are the two major vessels that carry blood to and from the head and the heart, and then exited from the right side of his neck. And States Exhibit 102, which is on your left, is a close-up view of that exit gunshot wound on the right side of Mr. Clark's neck.
And taking a look at States Exhibit 104, can you describe for the jury what's depicted in this photograph?
States Exhibit 104 shows the other entrance gunshot wound on Mr. Clark's right back. This one was further from his midline than the one that we saw previously. In this photograph, you can see the entrance wound just above the autopsy identifier label. The right side of his body is towards the right side of the photograph, left side of his body towards the left side, since it's a view of his back. His right shoulder is towards the right top of the photograph. This entrance wound corresponds to a recovered projectile. This is the one that I initially misspoke on and said it had an exit. It did not. It had a retained projectile. This wound track went through the right shoulder, injured the right rib, and lodged just above the right clavicle or collarbone.
And what's in States 105?
States Exhibit 105 is that projectile that I recovered from just above Mr. Clark's right collarbone.
And could you describe for the jury what's depicted in States Exhibits 106 and 107?
States Exhibit 106 and 107 show entrance and exit wounds from Mr. Clark's right buttock to the front of Mr. Clark's right thigh. And the left-hand photograph, which is States Exhibit 106, there is the entrance wound just above the autopsy identifier label. Mr. Clark's right buttock is being held up by the gloved hand to see the entrance wound just underneath the buttock. His right leg is extending towards the bottom of the photograph. His left buttock will be towards the left side of the photograph. His right hip towards the right side of the photograph. So it's a view of the back of his right thigh and right buttock. Again, the entrance wound is just above there. That wound subsequently went through muscle of the right thigh and exited from the front of the right thigh. That exit wound on the front of Mr. Clark's right thigh is depicted in States Exhibit 107, which is the photograph on your right-hand side.
And how about in States Exhibit 108?
States Exhibit 108 is a view of the outside of Mr. Wood's left foot. His left toes would be towards the bottom left of the photograph, and his left heel towards the bottom right of the photograph. The entrance gunshot wound is just above the autopsy identifier label. It looks slightly different than some of the other entrance wounds that we've seen, since it has areas where the skin is split on either side of the entrance defect. The entrance defect itself is still a nice oval, but the skin is split on either side of it. This wound track subsequently went into the foot and ankle, fractured bones in Mr. Clark's left foot and ankle, and then lodged within the foot.
And did you recover a projectile from that area?
Yes.
And what's depicted in States 109?
State's Exhibit 109 is a photograph of the projectile that was recovered from Mr. Clark's left foot. It had separated into two different pieces, but both of those pieces were retained within the foot.
Ms. Orr, before you begin the next one, we're going to go ahead and take a break right now, okay? Dr. Scott, if you don't mind me taking the stand. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning recess just a little bit early. Same rules apply as yesterday. If you all would please just leave your notebooks in your chairs at this time. Everybody else, please remain seated. We'll let our jurors exit at this time. It'll be about 15 minutes. All right, all our jurors have currently left the courtroom. I cannot imagine testimony any more difficult or emotionally damaging than autopsy testimony. It is scientific in nature toward people who are loved. But as I had mentioned earlier, this testimony has to be heard by the jury, and I cannot have the jury distracted by what is going on in the audience. I know Mr. Carter's family is here, and the only thing I can say is that there's no reason for any family to endure this particular testimony. I have talked to the DA, and with my profound, again, sympathies for any family members having to go through that. There are some folks in the gallery who I'm just going to ask until we finish this section of testimony that they step out. Again, no family members required to show a level of toughness that requires them to endure this particular testimony. I've talked to the DA. I understand what you're going through. But again, I have to have the jury focused on what's in front of them. So we're going to take a 15-minute recess. We'll come back and we'll resume testimony. Anything else that we need to address on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
On behalf of the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Dr. Carter, you can stay down if you'd like.
Okay. Paige, did you hear that?
Not yet, but I've got one with them again. She said,
You've all done Mr. Gemma's group. You have written down what it is?
so I must be wrong.
I did do them as a group. I'm gonna put it on the record that that one was left out, just so it's clear.
It's not what that is, just step down. Yep, Terry's, you can go from page, in the testimony.
87 to 89.
Goes
Yeah.
87 to 89. Yep.
I was looking for it, and I'm like, it's not here.
Sorry for sometimes talking too fast.
I know it happens, I get it. Thank you.
It's mostly
I don't like these pictures. But I can't see the pictures. So when you're like, the right side of the phone is the left side of the way I'm like, oh, wait, what did she say? Thank you, though, I appreciate it. You're generally fairly measured. It's very complex. These words, not these words. And the funny thing is, it is called words experience. It's not this word. I get that, because the little words in between that often right. Now, those are the ones that we don't hold on to super well. The really long ones. Thank you.
Can we just hold them? Thank you. These are my initials. Yes. I will not conceal it.
And I also know when I stop and go, hey, can you So I try not to do that.
And I just wanted to apologize. I met Mr. Clark's family, and I misspoke, and I'm sorry about that. All right. Everybody who is going to remain, I appreciate you staying here. Just make sure you want to do that. If anybody would like to step out right now, it's okay. You can go ahead and do that. All right. Anything else we need to address on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor. In my group of exhibits 77 through 96, which were the autopsy photos for Miss Woods, I skipped number 88. Number 88 does not exist, so I wanted to make sure that was clear on the record.
Thank you for catching that. General Clerk, if you will just note that 88 will be an unused number. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all.
For the defense.
Nothing from the defense. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Let's go ahead and bring our jurors back in, please. Jerry? Looks like we're ready to proceed with the evidence. Dr. Scott, if you'd step down again, please. And Ms. Orr, the jury will be with you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Scott, looking at State's Exhibit 110, can you describe what we're seeing in this photo?
State's Exhibit 110 is a view of the entrance wound on Mr. Clark's back right head. In this photograph, the top of his head would be towards the top of the photograph. His neck is towards the bottom of the photograph. The right side of his head towards the right side of the photograph, and the left side of his head towards the left side of the photograph. The entrance wound is just above the autopsy identifier label on his back right head.
And how about in State's Exhibit 111?
State's Exhibit 111 shows a view of the right side of Mr. Clark's face. An exit wound is on his right cheek, just above the autopsy identifier label. This exit wound corresponds to the entrance on the back right head. This gunshot wound entered back right head, went through the upper part of his right neck, through his right cheek, and exited from his right cheek.
And in State's Exhibit 112?
State's Exhibit 112 is a view of a gunshot wound and entrance wound just above Mr. Clark's right clavicle or collarbone. The entrance wound is just above the autopsy identifier photo. His face is obviously towards the top of the photograph, his right shoulder towards the right top of the photograph, and his central neck and chest towards the left side of the photograph. This entrance wound is again just above the autopsy identifier number above his right collarbone. This gunshot wound went into his upper chest, went towards the back, went through his right shoulder blade or scapula, and lodged in his right back. So I recovered a projectile or bullet from the muscle of his right back.
And what's depicted in State's 113?
State's Exhibit 113 is the bullet or projectile that I recovered from Mr. Clark's right back that corresponded to the entrance above his right collarbone or clavicle.
Oh, that's all the photographs. We'll take the stand. Thank you. Dr. Scott, other than the injuries you've just described using the photographs, were there any other injuries that you observed to Mr. Clark?
He had a few minor injuries. There were abrasions or scrapes below his right lip and on his left abdomen.
Based on the autopsy of Mr. Clark that you've just described, were you able to form an opinion as to the cause of his death?
I was. A gunshot wound of the back/neck with multiple other gunshot wounds contributory to death.
And did you prepare a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions in this case?
I did, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 114 and ask you if you recognize this.
State's Exhibit 114 is a copy of the autopsy report that I prepared for Mr. Clark.
And is that a complete and accurate copy of your autopsy report?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, this time I remove State's Exhibit 114 into evidence as substantive evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
States 114 will be admitted as substantive evidence.
And did you also have an opportunity to review a toxicology report as a part of forming your opinion in this case?
I did, yes.
May I approach again?
You may.
Thank you. Show you what I've marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 115, and ask you if you recognize this document.
States Exhibit 115 is a copy of the toxicology report for Mr. Clark.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the toxicology report you reviewed in forming your opinion?
It is, yes.
All right, this time I would move States 115 into evidence as substantive evidence.
Any objection? All right, States 115 will be admitted as substantive evidence.
Dr. Scott, what were the results of Mr. Clark's toxicology?
Mr. Clark's toxicology showed 80 milligrams per deciliter of ethanol or alcohol in his blood at the time of death. This is equivalent to a blood alcohol concentration of 0.08%.
And what, if any, conclusions can you draw from that result?
As with Ms. Woods, no definite conclusions can be drawn. He also had decompositional changes at the time of autopsy. With decomposition, there is fermentation that occurs. This can produce alcohol after death through decomposition, so I cannot determine if the alcohol that's present in his system was due to production after death or if it was due to consumption of alcohol prior to death.
And what's your opinion as to cause of death in this case?
A gunshot wound of the back/neck with multiple other gunshot wounds contributory to death.
And which of these injuries you've described was the most serious?
The most serious was the gunshot wound which entered his right upper back and subsequently went into his right neck, injuring the right internal jugular vein and right common carotid artery, those two major vessels carrying blood to and from heart and head.
And what would be the consequences of those injuries?
The consequences would be bleeding or exsanguination from those two major vessels.
How long would someone remain alive after receiving that type of injury?
With injuries to two major vessels, again, I would expect unconsciousness to occur within several minutes and death to usually occur within several minutes after that. However, there are exceptions to every rule, so I cannot say for sure that that occurred in this case.
Did you perform sexual assault evidence collection on both decedents in this case?
I did, yes.
And can you describe that process?
Yes, with a sexual assault kit collection, swabs are taken of the oral cavity, of the anal cavity, of the external genitalia. If it is a female, of the vaginal cavity. We also take pulled hair samples from the scalp and from the pubic region, as well as pubic hair combings. Certain times we will also take swabs of the hands and breasts.
And how do you decide when to perform a sexual assault kit?
A sexual assault kit is performed by our office when it is requested by law enforcement.
And what do you do with the swabs that you collect from a sexual assault kit?
The swabs and hair samples are placed in a box. That box is sealed with evidence tape, and it is given by me or a representative from our office to law enforcement.
And did you do that in this case with any samples that you collected?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Dr. Scott, I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 16 and 17 and ask you if you recognize these items. 116 and 117.
States Exhibits 116 and 117 are the sexual assault kits that I collected for Ms. Woods and Mr. Clark.
And which is which?
117 is the sexual assault kit for Ms. Woods. 116 is the sexual assault kit for Mr. Clark.
And how are you able to tell that those are the sexual assault kits that you collected?
I can see my signature over the evidence tape seal that I placed on the box. I also see our unique autopsy identifier labels on the box with my initials on them.
Thank you very much. Are there other items that you turn over to law enforcement at the conclusion of an autopsy?
Yes, for a potential homicide case, we will also collect a blood spot card, spotting some of the decedent's blood on an absorbent card so that a sample of the decedent's DNA is saved. We hand that over to law enforcement, as well as any closed personal effects that the decedent came in with, and any projectiles or bullets that we recovered during the autopsy.
And what's the purpose of collecting the blood card?
The blood card is collected so that the lab will have a sample of the decedent's DNA if they need it for any comparisons.
And how is that collected?
A few drops of the decedent's blood are dropped onto an absorbent card.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Scott, I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 118 and 119, and ask you if you recognize first the exterior of these items.
I do not recognize the exterior of the items 118 and 119.
And why is that?
The items that I collect as evidence are sometimes placed in another envelope by the lab.
And how do you typically package the items that you collect?
I package them in an envelope with evidence tape over the envelope and my signature over the evidence tape.
For the record, I am removing the contents of States Exhibit 118. And I'll ask you, Dr. Scott, do you recognize what's included in States Exhibit 118?
Yes, States Exhibit 118 is the blood card that I took for evidence for Ms. Woods.
And does it appear to be in the same packaging that you placed it in at the crime lab? At the medical examiner's office?
It does, yes.
Thank you. And I will do the same for States Exhibit 119. And for the record, I'll remove the contents of States Exhibit 119 and ask you if you recognize this item.
States Exhibit 119 is the blood card that I collected for evidence for Mr. Clark.
Thank you. What other items do you provide to law enforcement?
We provide the clothing and personal effects, if there were any, and any bullets or projectiles that were recovered during the autopsy.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. And Dr. Scott, how do you package recovered projectiles?
The projectile is placed in an envelope, and evidence tape is placed over the envelope, and my signature is placed over the evidence tape.
And do you recognize the exterior packaging of State's Exhibits 120 through 123?
I do not know.
Taking first State's Exhibit 120, I will remove the item from the exterior packaging and ask if you recognize this item. You can see it.
State's Exhibit 120 is the projectile that I recovered from the arm of Ms. Woods.
And does it appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you recovered it?
It does, yes.
Thank you. And for the record, I will remove the contents of State's Exhibit 121 and ask you if you recognize these items.
State's Exhibit 121 are the two pieces of the projectile that I recovered from the left foot of Mr. Clark.
And are those in the same or similar condition as when you recovered them?
They are, yes.
And how about the contents of State's Exhibit 122, which for the record, I will remove from the exterior packaging.
State's Exhibit 122 is the projectile that I recovered from the front part of Mr. Clark's right shoulder, the projectile that was just above his right clavicle or collarbone.
You can't quite see that because they've covered up the...
And I can't see the projectile, but I can see my label that was on it as well as my signature.
Thank you. And finally, the contents of State's Exhibit 123. Are you able to recognize that item?
State's Exhibit 123 is the projectile that I recovered from Mr. Clark's right back.
And is it in the same or similar condition as when you recovered it?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, this time I would move States 120 through 123 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 120 through 123 will be admitted into evidence.
And I would also move States
Any objection?
No objection to State's Exhibits 118 and 119.
118 and 119 will be admitted into evidence.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, those are all the questions I have for Dr. Scott. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Trapp, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Dr. Scott.
Good morning.
You started your conversation with Ms. Orr talking about your experience in education. You mentioned that you became licensed in 2012 and started your current position in 2013.
That's correct, yes.
And between that time of becoming licensed in 2012 and 2013, were you training, interning, being mentored to be a medical examiner, or were you practicing as a doctor in a different way?
I was in my final training year, which is a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of North Carolina.
And so you've been a medical examiner for going on 13 years now, is that about right?
And that's correct.
And I assume in those 13 years you've probably performed at least 1,000 autopsies?
Close to about 2,800 now.
Okay, more than 1,000. And so you have had experience dealing with individuals with different types of injuries and different causes and manners of death, is that right?
And that's correct, yes.
So you talked about, I'll first go with the toxicology and then work my way backwards. For each individual, you did a toxicology report, is that right?
I reviewed the toxicology report. The report's written by our toxicologist.
And so you don't actually perform that test, but do you give them the blood or give them the material that they test for the toxicology information?
Yes, I provide the samples that are tested.
Okay. And you mentioned that it was blood, that it wasn't some other item that you give them, is that right?
The levels that I quoted were for blood. For Mr. Clark, I believe they also did testing on the urine sample that I gave.
Okay. And you mentioned, I think for Mr. Clark, it was about 80 milliliters?
Yes.
And then for Ms. Woods, it was 40 milliliters, is that right?
40 milligrams per deciliter, yeah.
Okay. And you had discussed that you can't really determine what was the cause of that alcohol result, is that right?
And that's correct. It might have been from consuming alcohol prior to death. It might have been from production of alcohol through the decomposition process.
Typically, when you do autopsies and this information gets sent for toxicology, do you test for any other drugs?
It is our office policy in cases where there is an obvious cause of death, such as gunshot wounds, at the time of autopsy, that we only test for alcohols unless additional testing is requested by somebody outside the office.
And in this case, there wasn't additional testing requested?
There was not, no.
Could additional testing verify or determine if this alcohol was consumed prior to or was a result of decomposition after death?
It could not, no.
Now, when looking at each of these individuals, Ms. Woods and Mr. Clark separate, you talked about entrance wounds and exit wounds.
That's correct, yes.
And I think the word you used was a wound tract, not just a wound. Is that right?
And that's correct. A wound tract would correspond to the entrance and the exit and the path through the body.
And in your report, and believe here on the stand, you talked about how you can't really determine which injury occurred first or which wound track was 1 or which wound track was 2. But in your autopsy, can you tell or determine maybe a wound occurred while a person was alive versus post-mortem?
The wounds that I saw in both decedents had hemorrhage or bleeding within the wound tracks, which would indicate to me that they were alive at the time that the wounds occurred.
Okay. And then you talked about entrance wounds are more oval and maybe uniform, and even the idea of stretching and coming back together. Is that right?
Yes, with an entrance wound, if you stretch it, it will not come back together. With an exit wound, if you stretch the skin in a certain direction, it will come back together.
Now, for Ms. Woods, you mentioned that there were 7 tracts versus Mr. Clark, you said there were 6.
That's correct, yes.
In looking at these tracks, can you determine whether or not one bullet created an entrance versus a bullet maybe having 2 entrance wounds?
It is possible for a bullet to have 2 entrance wounds, especially when there are wounds that go through an extremity, like a hand or an arm. It's possible for a wound to go through a hand and then re-enter elsewhere on the body. I do note in my report for Ms. Woods that the gunshot wound that went through her right thumb very well could have re-entered someplace else on the body, depending on where her hand was in relation to the rest of her body. And there is no way for me to tell at autopsy where that hand was in relation to the rest of her body. If that hand was overlying her neck where she had entrance wounds, it's possible for a gunshot wound to have gone through her hand, exited, and then re-entered through the neck. So that is a possibility.
And in your experience, you mentioned you've done a lot of autopsies. Are you able to determine what type of bullet or projectile caused the injury, maybe caliber or size?
The caliber of the bullet is beyond my level of expertise. That is done by the ballistics expert from the lab.
When speaking about Miss Woods, you talked about an injury to the neck in that it had stippling or burns, and that kind of showed the distance of that injury. You recall that?
It didn't have burns. It had stippling, which is burned and unburned flecks of gunpowder that strike the skin surface and leave tiny abrasions or scrapes where they hit the skin surface.
But in all the other injuries for Miss Woods and for the injuries for Mr. Clark, you did not mention such a term of stippling or burn or close in proximity. Is that right?
That's correct. For all of the other entrance wounds, aside from the 2 on Ms. Wood's neck, there was no soot or stippling present on the skin surface. This usually indicates that the gun was held more than several feet away when it was being fired at the decedent. However, we can never completely rule out that there was some intermediary object in between gun and body surface that absorbed those gunpowder particles, preventing them from hitting the body surface. Even a thick layer of clothing can serve as an intermediary object that absorbs those gunpowder particles, making it look like a more distant range shot when really it was closer, but that intermediary object was in between gun and skin surface.
But to be clear, we can't tell the distance of any of those other guns.
That's correct. For the other wounds, we determine them indeterminate range, meaning I can't tell what range they were. I can't tell if they were far enough away that none of those particles are striking the skin surface, or if they were closer, but there's some object blocking those particles from hitting the skin surface.
And we talked about the manner and cause of death. Those are the things that you can determine.
That's correct, yes.
And we talked about cause for both individuals. That would be gunshot wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then manner, that's like the term homicide. Is that right?
Yes. For manner of death, we have 5 choices: homicide, accident, suicide, natural, or undetermined.
In your observation of these wounds, you mentioned you can't tell the order in which they occurred. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
You can't tell maybe the height or size of the person who may have fired the gun. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And you can't tell which individual was injured first, can you?
That's also correct, yes.
Can you mentioned you can't tell the caliber specifically, whether it was a 40 caliber or .226 or 9, anything of that nature. Can you tell by the wounds if the wounds were caused by the same firearm?
I cannot tell if the wounds were caused by the same firearm. There is no scientific way to do that.
You mentioned that Mr. Clark had some abrasions on his face.
He had an abrasion or scrape, I believe, below his right lip. Let me refer to my report to make sure I'm saying that correctly. Yes, below the right lip, he had a scrape or abrasion.
And that abrasion would show that that injury occurred prior to passing away. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And could an abrasion like that have come from an altercation, like a fight?
That's one possibility. All that I can say is that injury was caused by a blunt object, so an object without a sharp cutting edge striking the skin surface, or the skin surface striking an object without a sharp cutting edge.
In addition to checking for manner and cause of death, you also said you performed a sexual assault kit. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And that was upon request of law enforcement?
Yes.
And that sexual assault kit, you said that you took samples or information from, or data from face and extremities like hands and feet, or where did you get this information from for the sexual assault kit?
Let me see what I exactly took it from in these cases. Did not take from hands in these cases. For Ms. Woods, took swabs from the oral cavity, the rectal cavity, and the vagina and the external genitalia. For Mr. Clark, I took swabs from the oral cavity, the anal cavity, and the external genitalia.
In your time as a medical examiner, have you ever been asked to get gunshot residue, do a gunshot residue test?
We generally do not do that at the time of autopsy. That is a test that's better done sooner rather than later for higher yield information. So we will usually request that law enforcement does that at the scene rather than holding it until we get the body.
Okay. And then you said you took a blood card for each individual.
That's correct, yes.
And then once that blood card is taken, I think you said blood is put on an absorbent cloth.
An absorbent card, yes.
Card. And then that is packaged so that it can go to the lab, or does it go back to law enforcement?
I hand it to law enforcement, and usually it eventually makes its way to the lab via law enforcement.
One moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Scott, I had missed, there was another abrasion for Mr. Clark. I think it was on his side or rib.
His left abdomen, yes.
Left abdomen. And that was an injury that would have been caused while he was still alive. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that could have come from some type of hit or blunt force trauma?
Yes, again, it's a blunt force injury. I cannot say any more than it was caused by an object without a sharp cutting edge hitting the skin surface, or the skin surface falling on and hitting such an object without a sharp cutting edge.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Doctor, thank you so much for being with us. Any objection to releasing the doctor from her subpoena obligations?
No, Your Honor.
No objection from the defense.
All right, doctor, thank you so much. All right, we're at our noon, oh no, we're not. Can't tell time. All right, state's next witness, my apologies.
Your Honor, my next witness is walking over from the sheriff's office as we speak.
And who will that be?
That will be Investigator Walter Vila.
Left hand on the Bible and read it well. You solemnly swear the testimony about this before the jury to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Mr. Beeler, when you take a seat, just make sure you're close to the mic, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Walter Vila, Walter, V as in Victor, ILA.
And where are you employed?
Orange County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity are you currently working there?
I am an investigator.
And how long have you been an investigator?
Probably since about, here at the Sheriff's Office, since probably 2021, maybe,
And when did you start at the sheriff's office?
2018.
Were you in law enforcement prior to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
I was at the UNC Hospitals Police Department.
And what were your duties there?
I was also an investigator there.
What are your total years of experience in law enforcement?
Since 2012, I was sworn in.
And were you working at the sheriff's office as an investigator back in September of 2022?
I was.
And do you recall responding to an area on Buckhorn Road in reference to a death investigation?
Yes.
And
I
can
did.
you describe what happened when you arrived there?
Yeah, so I arrived. It's a power easement just east of Buckhorn Road, right there on Yarborough. I arrived. There was a couple investigators and some deputies on scene already. They kind of gave me just a quick brief on what was going on, and then I just was assigned to just help or assist Investigator Baldwin process evidence, help him do anything I could just to get the scene tidied up the way he wanted to.
And what kinds of things did you help him do?
So he did all his photographs and stuff. I helped him put markers and flags on items that he deemed necessary. He also designated some points that we would take measurements off of so we could triangulate those pieces of evidence just so the scene could be reconstructed if it ever needed to.
And did you assist with locating items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am. Like so I guess I should have mentioned, when we get there, before we start marking things, we try to find the things first. So yeah, I assisted with that as well.
And how do you do that?
Just walked around the general area of the scene, just trying to get an idea for where things might be, where things could be. Really just walk around very carefully and try to do the best we can to try to locate items.
And when you were there, were the bodies of the two folks still there?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
And did you have an opportunity to observe them?
I did.
And what did you observe about them?
So I observed two bodies. It was a young African-American kid, and then the young Caucasian female that were both, say, like perfectly positioned, but they were laying on their backs with their arms spread out, almost like their bodies made a T, and they were like just right next to each other in the same manner, faces up to the sky.
On the 18th, when you were helping investigator Baldwin, did you actually collect any items of evidence?
I did not. I let him package and process everything.
And then I want to draw your attention to the following day, Monday, September 19th. What, if any, steps did you take regarding this investigation on that day?
So the following day, I went through the area of Buckhorn, just looking for any place that might have cameras, anything that would help forward the investigation. I was pretty unsuccessful getting anybody to the door or having anybody that had a camera that would be visible towards the road. I did make contact with a person just south of the crime scene. They stated they really hadn't seen anything, but they were out that night, and it's a rural area, so he said sometimes shooting is kind of like here and there, so nothing notable. However, I also went to the intersection of West 10 and Buckhorn Road. There is a car dealership there, and I know that they have surveillance system just working prior cases that looks at that intersection. So we took one of our IT technicians and we went there and just grabbed a chunk of time from the DVR just so that we could bring it to the office and evaluate it.
Okay. Did you also respond to an address in Mebane on Holt Street?
I did.
Whose residence was that?
So it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was 705 West Holt Street. To my understanding, it was the residence where Clark was reported missing, across the street from the residence where he had been reported missing. So I just wanted to see if maybe there was some surveillance camera on that residence across the street or nearby that could help us, maybe with a vehicle or something like that. There was a Ring camera on that house. However, the owners had purposely set the perimeter so that it didn't pick up any vehicular traffic on the road because it would just be constantly going off. So unfortunately, wasn't able to get anything from there.
And on the 19th, did you also return to the area where the bodies were found?
I did.
And why were you returning there?
So I returned with now Lieutenant Hendricks to the scene. I think there was some item that might have been located by family. So we returned just to make sure, follow up. And I remember I was standing on the gravel there, and I guess the sunlight just must have hit the object perfectly. I caught a glint of something metal. I looked down, and it was what I recognized to be a spent shell casing.
And how were you able to recognize that as a spent shell casing?
I have a lot of experience with firearms. We obviously had collected some the day before, so it looked to me like a shell casing. I looked at it a little bit closer. It looked like what I recognize as a 9mm shell casing. And so I went back to my vehicle, put on some gloves, got a evidence bag, and put the item into evidence, sealed it up, and gave it directly to Investigator Baldwin once I got back to the office.
What kind of envelope did you place it in?
I don't know. I don't recall exactly what kind of envelope it was. It was an evidence. So at the time, I was specifically assigned to narcotics investigations. So I can't remember what my best of my recollection is that it was a clear bag, something that we use very regularly. When we come across narcotics, we'll put it in those bags. We'll write date, time. We'll bring it back to the office. We'll process it. We'll test it. We'll weigh it. And then we'll put it in the appropriate evidence bag at that point, so we don't waste evidence bags. And I think that's all I had available on me at the time. So I kind of did the same thing, dated it, put a time, and then sealed it up and brought it straight to Investigator Baldwin. That's the best of my recollection.
And based on your knowledge of Investigator Baldwin's processes, do you think he would have repackaged that in a different way?
Yes, absolutely.
And I know you said you have lots of experience with firearms. You don't have to go into a lot of detail, but would you just give the jury a little bit of your background?
Yes, ma'am. So I am a firearms instructor for the agency. I'm also a team leader on the SWAT team. I used to do recreational shooting before I was in law enforcement. Obviously, in law enforcement, I have to carry a firearm, so I have a lot of experience.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Investigator Vila, I will show you what's previously been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 75 and ask you if you recognize this item.
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 75?
Showcasing.
And looking at the exterior of State's Exhibit 75, it says collected by W. Vila.
Yes, ma'am.
But is this the packaging that you put that showcasing in?
I believe that was it's repackaged from Investigator Baldwin.
And for the record, I'm removing the contents of State's Exhibit 75. I am wearing a glove. And Investigator Vila, do you recognize the item contained in State's Exhibit 75?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is contained in State's Exhibit 75?
It's spent showcasing.
And does this appear to be the same or similar to the showcasing you collected on September 19th?
Yes, ma'am.
The same?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The same.
All right, this time I would move State's Exhibit 75 into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can we be heard outside the presence of the jury?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we just need a couple moments, so I'm going to have you walk back down to the jury room. If y'all would please leave your notebooks on your chairs, and everybody else, please remain seated. All right, all of our jurors have left the courtroom. Mr. Trout.
Your Honor, I was listening to Investigator Vila's testimony, and I wasn't quite sure who actually found this item. And I was going to ask if I could void dire because I feel like there might be a little disconnect as to, was it Sergeant Hendricks? Was it Investigator Vila? Did someone call them and say they found something? And I guess before we kind of went down this road, I figured I'd ask. I didn't want to object to it being introduced because that has been introduced, but there were just some things that I learned just now that I didn't have here in the report.
I'm not sure it actually has been admitted into evidence.
It was not admitted, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay.
But yes, you may void dire the witness.
Thank you. Investigator Vila,
Yes, sir.
you mentioned that you were on scene the day before on September 18th.
Yes, sir.
And you helped Investigator Baldwin and maybe some other officers kind of walk the scene and look for evidence.
Yes, sir.
You said that you yourself didn't collect it, but you helped kind of locate and him mark it so that he could collect it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I put some placards down as well, just based on whatever he deemed appropriate.
Okay. And then at some point, the scene was cleared.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that on the following day, you went back to that area to find cameras and footage to see if maybe there was something visible you could see that might identify a person or a car or something like that, right?
Yes, sir.
And you even mentioned some locations that you went to, a car dealership, a house, so on and so forth.
Your Honor, objection at this time. This is not on the subject on which Mr. Trapp asked to take Investigator Vila en voir dire.
I'm kind of getting back to where we were. So
Mr. Trout, I feel like we're going to hear these questions again in a little bit, but we focus first on him going back and
Well,
finding the evidence.
okay. Why did you respond back to the area on Buckhorn and Yarborough?
So Investigator Hendricks had advised me that he'd gotten information. There might be a personal item that was located by family there at the scene. So I was just going to accompany him. Just as a good rule of thumb, we always do things in pairs if we can, just to have a witness. We went back to follow up on that, and I was just standing around on the gravel there, and I happened to catch this item, and I had to collect it. I mean, I thought it pertinent to the case, so I collected it.
So to be clear, you didn't receive any information. Sergeant Hendricks received information that there might be additional evidence at the scene.
Yeah, my recollection is that I did not receive a direct phone call. I was asked to accompany him. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you arrived, or prior to your arrival, were you told what you should be looking for?
Yeah, I think it was like a telephone cord or something like that.
And did you recover that telephone cord?
I did not.
But in looking for the telephone cord, you then found a shell casing.
Yes.
And that shell casing was found where?
It was found right there on the scene. The exact location, it was just, I don't know if I noted it. It was just right there on the gravel. Exactly, I don't know. I couldn't tell you and be accurate.
Roundabout, was it near the?
So I do recollect. I think I did note it on my report. So the day before, it should be noted on Investigator Baldwin's ledger of evidence items, wherever the red slides, I believe, that were located, that shell casing was near where the red slides were located.
Okay. So this was an area that you had maybe walked over before, but you're saying you just didn't notice it the day before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, did you get there first or Sergeant Hendricks get there first?
To the best of my recollection, I believe we got there about the same time. I think we came from the office together. Is the best I can remember.
And there were no other officers there?
No other officers there that I remember.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. That's no further questions.
Ms. Orr, do you have any questions you want to ask?
Investigator Vila, are you the person who spotted this shell casing?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you the person who collected it?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'll hear from you, Mr. Trapp.
Your Honor, I believe my questions were answered. There were just some information that was provided today that I didn't have before, so I just wanted to get clarification on kind of how this came about. I didn't understand why the report says he responded. I just didn't know what he responded to.
And Mr. Trapp, I apologize. So at this point, the state's moved to admit that evidence. Are you going to be making an objection to that admissibility of State 75?
No, I'm not.
Okay, all right. That's perfect then. All right, let's go ahead. Unless there's anything else, State?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Vince?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll bring our jury back, please. Thank you, everyone. At this time, the state's moved to admit State's Exhibit number 75. Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State 75 will be admitted in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Vila, where was State 75, the shell casing, located?
It was located there on the scene, and I believe I had made in my report a note that I located it near the location where red slides were found
And those red slides were found when?
the day before.
And what was it that you and Sergeant, at the time, Sergeant Hendricks, were out there looking for? Do you recall?
Yeah, I believe it was a telephone cord that maybe some family had located somewhere about the scene there, and we were tasked to go follow up on that.
Did you locate that item on the scene?
I did not.
And did you collect anything else from the scene other than State's Exhibit 75?
No, ma'am.
Did you locate anything else on the scene? Any other shell casings, anything?
No, ma'am.
And do you have any knowledge of whether this phone cord that you were looking for was ever located?
Not direct knowledge. No, ma'am. Direct, yes, ma'am.
Those are all the questions I have for Investigator Vila. Thank you.
Mr. Trout, Cross?
Yes, please. Investigator Vila, on the 18th, do you recall how many officers you were walking along with looking for and identifying evidence with Investigator Baldwin?
Obviously, myself, Investigator Baldwin, now Captain Jeffrey was on scene, and Major Wood, I believe, was on scene.
And do you you have an idea of how long you guys were kind of identifying and walking the scene and looking for items?
I mean, it's a tedious process. We were there for I remember the sun coming down, for sure. It was dark when we left.
But when you arrived, the sun was up.
Yes, sir.
Would you estimate it was at least an hour, maybe two?
Oh, no. When I got there, it was, I believe it was 3:30 when I got there. It's in my report.
And so you're saying it might be more than an hour or two?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir.
And there are a number of items that were identified or found on that first day, September 18th.
Yes, sir.
And you even mentioned, I believe when you were with Investigator Baldwin, not only did you help him walk the scene and find items, you helped put the placards down, the numbers down for each of these items so that they could be identified. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And after you helped him do that, were there other things that you helped him with that day on the 18th?
No, I mean, probably helped him take equipment back to the vehicle, just maybe get stuff back into his car.
And then the following day, you were doing additional work when it comes to this case, right?
Yes, sir.
You were trying to find visual information, camera footage, and the like?
Yes, sir.
And you did find camera footage, is that right?
Yes, sir.
But while you're in this process of going to different homes and businesses, you got a call.
Yes, sir.
And that call was from who?
Well, so actually, I don't want to say anything inaccurate. I don't know if I got a call. It might have been that I had finished my canvassing and been back at the office and then told to accompany Sergeant Hendricks at the time. I don't know specifically that it was a phone call that I got or somebody told me person to person, go accompany Sergeant Hendricks to the scene. But at that point, I was tasked with going back.
And so it was communicated to you to go back to this scene, this easement, and when you arrived, was Sergeant Hendricks already there?
If he was not there, we arrived together. If not, we arrived within a very short distance of each other.
And you two were told that you were to look for a cell phone cord, is that correct?
That's to the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Do you recall what color it was, or was there any description of what you're looking for?
No, not that I recall.
And when you were searching for this telephone cord, it was daytime, correct?
Yes.
You said that the sun just kind of shined and you saw a shell casing that you did not see with your other partners.
Yes, sir.
And how long were you out looking for this phone cord on the 19th?
I wouldn't say it was very long at all. I mean, I just, I happened to be there, and it just so happened. I wouldn't say I spent a lot of time there. It was a short period of time we spent there.
Now, you mentioned that you collected it and that you put it in a bag. Did you take a picture of it?
I don't believe I took a picture of it, no, sir.
But you recall that where it was located was where the red slide was found. Is that right?
Yes, I do recall from being there the day before that was the location where the red slides were found, or red slide was found.
Was this found in the gravel area or the grass area?
You would have to refer to Investigator Baldwin's notes. He's got everything measured out. I don't want to say anything inaccurate. I don't know.
But the shell casing, did you pull it out of the grass or did you pull it out of the gravel?
It could have been a mix of both. See, you have to understand this scene is very rural. There's a lot of gravel. There's a lot of thick brush. So somewhere in between, it was just the best I could describe it was near where the red slide was found.
Your Honor, can I approach the clerk?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking for states exhibits 15 and 16 that have already been admitted. There should be photos. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Investigator Vila, these have already been previously admitted as state's exhibits 15 and 16. Do you recognize the item in these two pictures?
Yes, sir.
And what is it that you see?
Those are red slides.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And if you were to take a look at this red slide in either 15 or 16, can you determine where you found this shell casing?
No, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to be able to. That's a very thick brush right there. I can't.
Investigator Villa, remember to keep your voice up. You're talking to the.
I'm sorry, ma'am. It's a thick brush there. If I can't to say something honestly, I can't tell you exactly where in relation to that red slide it was found. The slide was not there the next day.
Right, but in looking at Exhibit 15, which is a close-up
Yes,
of
sir.
the slide, you mentioned that it was found in this general area.
Yes, sir.
If you were to describe this picture, just the close-up, does it look like it's mostly grass or gravel?
It looks like it's grass growing on top of gravel. Yes, sir.
All right, but do you see any gravel in State's Exhibit 15?
No, sir. I see no.
Now, when you zoom out, and you can still see that same red slide or flip-flop, you do see some gravel, right?
Yes, sir.
But mostly grass.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And so your testimony is that you were in this vicinity where you see this grass and this gravel, and that the sun was shining on this shell casing and that it reflected back and you saw it.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to return this back to the clerk. Madam Clerk. When you were at the scene with Investigator Hendricks, was there anybody there to assist you when you were searching? Any other officers or any other?
No, sir. Not that I recall.
And when you found this shell casing, did you immediately contact anyone else in law enforcement to let them know what you found?
Sergeant Hendricks, who would have been there with me. I let him know that I had located it, and I went back to my car, got my gloves, and collected it.
Did you contact Investigator Baldwin or Investigator Goodwin or anyone else involved in the case?
Once at the office, yes, sir.
And is it protocol for you to collect evidence and bag it before you take a picture of it?
No, I usually photograph things before I collect them.
And when you are out on this day, are you normally fashioned with a body cam?
No.
So you rarely wear one, if at all?
Yeah, so I do wear a body cam. I wear a lot of plain clothes as well.
So on this day, you're saying you're plain clothes?
Yes, sir.
And to your recollection, did this shell casing, was it similar to one of the ones you found on the 18th?
Yes, sir.
Same make, same color?
Well, that's unless I read the stamps on the back, but a 9mm spent shell casing, yes, it looked like just like the ones we had gathered the day before.
No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
Nothing further for Investigator Vila. Thank you.
All right, Investigator Bill, you are excused this time. Thank you.
Your Honor.
The state will call Captain Jeff Ray.
Left hand on the Bible and raise your right. You solemnly swear the testimony you have given this court here to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Captain Ray, take your seat. Make sure you're close to that microphone, okay?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Jeff Ray, last name Ray.
And where are you employed?
Orange County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been there?
May will be 20 years.
And what are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
The captain of the investigation division.
How long have you been the captain?
Maybe 2021.
And what were your positions within the sheriff's office prior to that?
Started in the detention center, then moved to courts and transportation, the patrol division, criminal investigations.
Will you slide that microphone just a little bit closer to you? Thank you. And what capacity were you working in the investigations division back in September of 2022?
The captain of investigations.
And did you respond on September 18th to the scene at Buckhorn Road near Yarborough Road?
I did.
And what did you do when you got there?
Once I got there, I just helped measure the scene, helped do measurements with the investigator Baldwin.
And did you have any other role other than assisting investigator Baldwin while you were there?
Not at the scene, no.
I want to draw your attention to the following day, September 19th. Did you speak with an individual by the name of James Rogers?
I did.
And what did you talk to Mr. Rogers about?
Mr. Rogers lives in the area on Buckhorn Road near Yarborough, and about some gunshots that he heard on Saturday morning.
Did he give you any specifics about that?
He did. He had heard two groups of shots, one approximately 210, give or take, and then he said that was about 5 to 7 shots coming from a field across from his house. He looked out the window at the time and did not see anything, and then he heard a couple more shots, and he was pretty sure that it was Saturday morning because he was leaving that morning to go to the coast.
Did he have any other information that you got from him at that time?
He did not.
Also on September 19th, did you speak to an individual by the name of Christian Sykes?
I did.
And what, if any, information did you gather from Mr. Sykes?
I spoke with Christian on the phone. I was in my office, and he said that a friend had confessed to him about a shooting that happened the day before, or 2 days before.
And did you get that friend's name from him?
I did.
What was that?
He said he went by Issiah.
Did he know a last name?
He did not at the time.
Had you all received any other phone calls with people wanting to provide information about this case?
We did.
How many over the weekend?
I don't know the exact, it was numerous.
What was it about speaking to Mr. Sykes specifically that sort of led you to follow up on your conversation with him?
Well, I spoke with him. I got some notes that I wrote down while he was speaking with me. He said that Issiah told him.
Not for the truth of the matter to explain what steps the investigators took.
Approach.
Investigator Ray, without going into any details about what Mr. Sykes told you, were the things he told you consistent with other information that had come up in your investigation?
They were.
And did he provide you a phone number for this individual named Issiah?
He did.
And what was that phone number?
Area code 908-440-5523.
And did he know where this individual lived?
He said he lived in Mebane.
Did he provide you any more specific information about where he lived?
He said he did attend Eastern High School, and he said he knew his mother lived in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll break just a little bit early so we can discuss all this with the lawyers. So I'm releasing you to lunch. So remember the rules. Number one, you can all have lunch together. You can talk about anything you want, including how wonderfully chilly it is today. But you cannot talk about this case. Number two, remember you cannot talk to anybody else. That includes your family, your friends, your loved ones about what's going on. Remember, all you can tell them is you're still sitting as a juror in this particular trial. Do not allow anybody to talk to you or around you about the case is currently pending. Remember to let me know if anybody does anything like that. Third, I know you guys have held off, so I need you to keep holding off. No encyclopedias over lunch, all right? None of you other folks help them find any, all right? Along with that, remember, no independent research of any kind. Don't Google, don't AI, don't check anything about this case, about the folks involved in the law, anything like that. Lastly, please remember to keep your minds open. You have not heard all the evidence in this case. You have not heard the arguments of counsel, and you have not heard the law that you're going to need to apply in this case. So with that, if everybody else will please remain seated, I'll ask our jurors to leave their notepads in their chairs, and we'll excuse them for lunch. We'll be back at 2. right, all of our jurors are outside of the courtroom. Ms. Orr, why don't you go ahead and ask your witness the question? Let's hear what the answer is, and then we can talk about it.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Captain Ray, did Mr. Sykes give you an address for for Isaiah that he knew?
He said he knew that his mother lived in Deerfield Apartments.
Were there any other questions that were going to elicit similar testimony?
No, Your Honor, that was all.
All right. All right, so Mr. Trapp, let me hear from you.
Yes, Judge. Prior to us taking a break, we had a bench conference. I had objected. We spoke briefly. I felt that at least at the time the questions were being asked, Captain Ray was giving statements that he got from Mr. Sykes outside of court, and so I was bringing up the idea of hearsay. And so you mentioned to Ms. Orr, you could ask Captain Ray, did you receive information from this individual without getting details about what was said? And I felt that at first that's where we were, but then we started soliciting more detailed information. First, the specific phone number, all 10 digits, and then it seemed like we were giving like an address of where Mr. Ross lived, and I thought that we were kind of going outside of what we had agreed upon at the bench conference of details.
So I believe that Ms. Orr said she's offering this testimony not for the truth of the matter, but to show why officers took their next steps. I'll be more than happy to give an instruction to the jury that they're not to consider any information from Mr. Sykes for the truth of the matter of what he said, but can only consider it to show the effect that that information had on the officer's subsequent actions. So I'm assuming what we're going to get next is that in the follow-up to this, they're going to go to try to track down your client, including going to this address and using the phone number?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Does that sound about right?
That's right.
All right. So I think that information then is going to directly impact how testimony about what officers did next. So I think it falls under that exception to hearsay. But I will be happy to make sure I give that instruction if you'd like me to the jury of how they can consider that evidence.
Yes, please.
All right. Don't let me forget, Mr. Trapp, when we come back, I will make sure to give that instruction to the jury. Ms. Orr, as far as you're concerned, that's the only information you're going to be soliciting about the conversation between this witness and Mr. Sykes. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. That seems to be it.
Yes, ma'am.
So I will overrule your objection to the extent that it is being offered, not for the truth, but simply to show the effect of that information on subsequent actions by the officer.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Anything else? I know we probably could have done that in 5 minutes, sorry, but getting everybody up and down takes a little bit of time. Is there anything else that we should address before we break, Ms. Orr?
Yes, Your Honor, I do have one additional thing. I have a request to add a witness to my witness list. That witness is Stan Dean. He is Lyric Woods' grandfather. And the reason I would like to add him is that I am assuming from the sort of lines of questioning that Mr. Trapp has been after regarding this shell casing that was collected on the Monday after the scene was cleared on Sunday. I'm happy to give the court just a brief proffer of what I expect his testimony would be. He and some other members of the Eflin Fire Department, after the sheriff's office cleared the scene on Sunday night, had taken down the crime scene tape. He called and received permission for them to go clean up the scene and wash away the blood because Lyric's mother, Elizabeth, wanted to visit that location, and they wanted to remove that before she went there. I intend to suggest to the jury that perhaps this shell casing was dislodged from where it may have been hidden from investigators upon their initial observation of the scene on the 18th, but after things were disturbed with their cleaning of the scene, that it became visible, and that's why it was located by Investigator Vila on Monday rather than on the Sunday.
Mr. Trapp?
Your Honor, I was notified about this for the first time today. This was not in discovery. In addition to the fact that this is new information that was provided to me, We both agreed on a sequestration order. I'm not certain who this individual is or what they look like, but my understanding is that they're probably in the audience and have had an opportunity to listen to testimony. And so those would be my two initial reasons. And then also, it seems like the state's reason for putting this witness up, there isn't anything to confirm this theory that the bullet was, or shell casing, I'm sorry, I used the right term, was dislodged or put in view because of whatever techniques they used. At this point, Investigator Vila has said that he's gone back to the scene after being told to look for something else, and that when he went back to the scene, he found the shell casing in or near where this red flip-flop might have been located in that vicinity. I don't know, if this testimony will make it any clearer as to why he found it. It's already been admitted. And more importantly, we don't really have an opportunity to verify any of these other factors. The crime scene was closed, or what could have happened after they cleaned up and when Sergeant Vila came in. So we would object to the testimony.
Ms. Orr, this wasn't part of the discovery.
This particular information was not a part of the discovery. I learned it from speaking with family members because I did not anticipate whatever we're going down with regard to this particular shell casing, especially given the ballistics report. I did not see it as a fact that would be exculpatory to the defendant or even potentially exculpatory, and so I did not believe it needed to be memorialized or turned over. I only connected the possible relevance when we started spending so much time talking about State's Exhibit 75.
Has Mr. Dean been in the courtroom?
He has.
Okay. Just as a potential preview, since I do not know, State 75, is that part of the ballistics evidence the state is going to be presenting?
Yes.
Am I correct in my thought that State 75 is going to be a projectile that forensic ballistics is going to match with the other bullets that have been recovered? They've all came from the same gun?
All shell casings, but yes.
All shell casings, excuse me. I apologize. Does that sound about right, Mr. Trout?
Yes, Jim, that sounds about right.
This is what I'm going to do. I am not going to make a ruling on this. What I am going to require is, number one, Ms. Orr, if you are going to tender any of this testimony, I need a summary of what you're going to suggest that Mr. Dean is going to testify to. That needs to be turned over to the defense. That needs to include, if Mr. Dean knows, anybody else who was there at the time that this cleanup was done on the crime scene.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That needs to also include any contact information from those folks who were there at the time. That first needs to be turned over to the defense. I'm going to give the defense an opportunity to review that. If at some point there, and I'm not saying you can't, Mr. Trapp, I don't need to know what your defense strategy has been. You've done a marvelous job so far. You're clearly on top of all this evidence. You're doing a great job. I don't know what the end of this road looks like, and I don't know what's going to come up. I will revisit this issue in the state's request after we get to that evidence or beyond that evidence if there are issues raised that would make Mr. Dean's testimony more relevant.
Yes, Your Honor, and I think that what you just said is my concern, is that, this case has been going on for a long time, as everyone in this courtroom knows, and I haven't had a chance to review it. I don't know really where this is going to end up. So I look forward to reviewing it, and then we can readdress it with the court afterwards.
Yes. I would ask at this point, since Mr. Dean is a potential witness, that you ask Mr. Dean to step out, just like any potential witness who's being sequestered. I need you to also look at who potentially else could be called, if you're thinking of calling them, or who the defense may, after reviewing this, I will Mr. Trapp, I will consider any requests you have about anybody else who potentially needs to be excluded from being in the courtroom while testimony's going on. Well, if we get to that point where Mr. Dean's testimony becomes more relevant because of questions that are raised about State 75 in relation to its ballistics or anything else, I'll revisit that. We'll deal with Mr. Trapp. Any concerns the defense has is about ability to properly address that evidence in terms of your ability to cross-examine and any other information you feel like you might need. And we can talk about whether more time would be necessary for you to be able to deal with that witness and any other objections you may have to that testimony. Does that make sense?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, because Mr. Dean was not on my witness list, when we addressed the sequestration order, I did not specifically request that he be exempted from it. He and his wife have been here the whole time. I would have made that request had he been on my witness list at the time, but he wasn't. And so I would make that request now.
Grounds?
That he is a close family member of the decedent.
And I respect those grounds, but that if he's going to be a factual witness, then I can't have him here in the courtroom under the defense's agreement to sequester fact witnesses.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
I understand what you're asking. It's all in good faith. But if we're going to use Mr. Dean as a potential fact witness, then he needs to, like all the rest of our fact witnesses, be outside the courtroom while other witnesses are testifying.
Understood, Your Honor.
And I realize this is just a possibility at this point, but let's start with keeping Mr. Dean out until after you've turned over your information. Let Mr. Trapp and his team review that information, and then maybe we can talk about it. I don't think it's fair to ask Mr. Trapp at this point to be able to say whether he finds what you're proposing to be good or bad for him or for his client, because he doesn't really have the ability right now to assess what that really is. So let's give him an opportunity to review that, and then we can readdress whether Mr. Dean's testimony could be useful or not.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right.
And just one additional question. Would the court be satisfied if I asked Mr. Dean to prepare a written summary of what he recalls from that night, including the contact information of those individuals, or would the court prefer that I prepare it with his assistance?
I don't actually have a preference either way. Ms. Orr, you an outstanding officer of the court. You do your job. You understand your responsibilities. I'm not concerned that you will not do them well. I don't think Mr. Trapp is either. So.
It doesn't matter. The person who puts it down, whether she gets it or it's said to her legal assistant, we just want to know what information is going to be used.
Yeah, I think that's fine. And I don't think Mr. Dean, what we're going to be asking for is going to be a huge amount of information.
Right.
I think the most important thing, though, is that we get it done efficiently.
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, Mr. Trapp has to have the time to be able to review that information, to go over it with his team, to be able to talk to his client about it, to be able to allow him to have cogent arguments about whether he thinks that's a plus or a minus in his trial strategy.
Right.
Again, that is totally in Mr. Trapp's control, and he has to have the ability. This might be something that he decides he does want. It might be something after reviewing it he wants to continue his objection to. So whether you summarize it, one of your assistants, whether you have Mr. Dean type it up, my only concern is to get it done sooner rather than later.
Absolutely.
All right. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Trapp, is there anything else that I can do regarding this issue for you, or anything else you want to raise?
No, not at this time, Judge. And like I said, we discussed it before court this morning, and once I get the information, I will follow up with Ms. Orr and with the court as to any further objections or issues we may have.
That's fantastic. All right. Anything else, Mr. Trapp?
Nothing from the defense.
Anything else, Ms. Orr?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much. All right. We will be in recess until 2 p.m. Thank you, Kat.
Yes, Your Honor, I have provided a copy of the statements I have received to Mr. Trapp. I do have a copy of those for the court as well. However, in speaking with the family over the lunch recess, I've decided to withdraw my request to add Mr. Dean to the witness list. I understand the court may still want to consider what's in these statements, and so I'm glad to hand those up to the court. And I did inform Mr. Trapp of my intention as well. And I'm happy to make an affirmative representation to the court that I would not seek to call or elicit any testimony about these particular events going forward.
I cannot tell you how to do your case. You have the better judge of that going forward. You are an experienced prosecutor, so you know as much as a family's wishes are important to you, being able to do your job, that in the end, whatever decision you make has to have much broader and bigger understanding.
Absolutely, Your Honor. It was not just their wishes. In fact, they told me to decide and not ask them, but in consultation with other members of my office as well.
Excellent. I'm going to let you hang on to that as long as Mr. Trapp has it. He's aware of that information. We're just going to proceed down the road and we'll see how it goes.
And I was just handed one additional, if I could step back and make a copy for Mr. Trapp.
Yeah, please.
Thank you so much. And given that, Your Honor, I did want to ask if the court feels as if those witnesses still need to be sequestered or if Mr. Trapp has a position on that.
Mr. Trapp?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I did receive the information from the state, the statements from each individual. Based on the state's representation, there's no need for anyone to be sequestered. I believe that when this trial started, they were an important audience with the state, and I believe that should remain so. And if anything changes, then we will conference with the judge.
Sounds good. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
We have just a moment to get them back in here before we bring the jury in.
Yes. Let's get Captain Ray up on the stand.
Oh, they go to lunch. Okay.
And I believe that when we had left, we were dealing with some potential hearsay. I had overruled the objection with the request that I give the instruction to the jury that information from, who was it again?
Christian Sykes, Your Honor.
Sykes. From Mr. Sykes is not to be considered for the truth of the matter started in it, but only as information that showed why the officers took subsequent action.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that good?
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. Thank you for
we'll go with that.
remembering.
All right. Anything else?
I just learned that those particular family members did step out for lunch, and so we will just pass them the message that they're allowed to rejoin us when they get back.
That'll be great.
Thank you,
Ms.
Your
Orr.
Honor.
Mr. Trapp, anything on behalf of the defense?
Nothing more from the defense. Thank you, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and bring our jurors in then. All right, we've got everybody, it appears, back from lunch. At this time, Captain Ray was on the stand. I have overruled the defense's objection. I will instruct you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that any statements from Mr. Sykes, those statements are not to be considered for the truth of the matter they're asserting, but are only being considered for the purpose of showing how those statements led to other actions that law enforcement took. All right. With that, Ms. Orr, the witness is with you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Captain Ray, I think I had asked you just before the break whether Mr. Sykes provided any information to you about where Issiah lived. Oh, is your mic on?
His mother lived in Deerfield Apartments,
And are you familiar with Deerfield Apartments?
in Devin City. Yes, ma'am.
Once you received this information, what, if any, steps did you take to further your investigation?
Well, once I had the phone number, I put the phone number in what we call P2P. It's a database that we use, and it came up with an Issiah Ross that had used that number in a prior case.
And is this a database that you use frequently in your investigations?
It is.
And were you able to get date of birth for Mr. Ross?
I did.
What was that?
The date of birth was 12/8/2004.
Were you able to see anything about a possible address for Mr. Ross based on that information?
There was a couple of addresses, and one of them was a 1206 Deerfield Apartments in Mebane.
And based on receiving that information, did you or anyone else follow up on Mr. Ross at that address?
I did not. I provided that information to the lead investigator that was followed up on.
Your Honor, those are all the questions I have for Captain Ray. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon, Captain Ray.
Good afternoon.
So on September the 18th, you said you went to the scene, right?
Correct.
And based on your description, you said you helped Investigator Baldwin measure stuff with his roll tape measurer.
Correct.
How long do you think you were there on scene?
I was there for a good while, not the whole time doing measurements, but just on scene for quite a while.
And in addition to helping measure, did you have other responsibilities?
We all walked around and looked for any kind of evidence. I didn't locate anything, but we all walk around just to look for evidence.
So you're a part of that group with Baldwin and with Villa and other individuals who walked and looked for shell casings or whatever may be on scene?
On the day of.
Yeah, the 18th.
Correct.
Okay. Were you there until the scene like closed and they kind of broke it down and took the tape down?
I don't recall how long I was there.
Okay. But then the next day, you said you spoke with Mr. Rogers. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you spoke with Mr. Rogers, he gave you some details about what he had heard on the night of the early morning of the 17th?
It had been the Saturday morning. I assume that'd be the 17th.
Okay. And the way he described it to you, he said that initially he heard about 5 to 7 shots?
Correct. I heard 5 to 7 shots coming from across the field.
Okay. And then there was some time that elapsed, and then he heard 5 to 7 more shots?
3 to 4.
3 to 4. All right. And so he heard somewhere between 8 and 12 shots, give or take?
8 to 11, 8 to 12, somewhere around in there, yes.
And did he give you any kind of explanation of where he thought the shots were coming from, or what he saw once he heard them?
He told me the shots coming from across the field towards Buckhorn Road.
Okay. So he gave you a direction of where he heard them.
Correct.
And he gave you a time frame in which he heard these shots. Is that right?
Saturday morning around approximately 2:10 hours.
Okay. Then on September 19th, you yourself received a phone call from an interested party, or did someone say that an interested party had called in and you
I
called
believe
them
it came
back?
from the front office of the sheriff's office, maybe the main line.
Okay. And that main line call, that was Mr. Sykes that called the main line?
It was Michaela Glenn.
Okay. Did you yourself talk to Michaela Glenn?
I called Michaela Glenn, I did.
All right. And then when you spoke with Michaela Glenn, she was the one who told you to talk with Mr. Sykes?
Correct.
Okay. And then you proceeded to, and then Ms. Glenn give you his number?
She did.
And you proceeded to talk with Mr. Sykes over the phone?
Correct.
You did not meet him in person?
I did not.
Okay. And after you met with Mr. Sykes, did you give his information to someone else?
Correct. He could not meet at that time. I gave it to Lieutenant Hunter, who did an interview with him later that evening.
Okay. And you did not attend that interview?
No, sir, I did not.
But in the course of talking with Mr. Sykes, you took some of the information he had to verify its truthfulness to there of like the address, location, or the phone number. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you do any information or background information on Mr. Sykes himself?
At that time, I did not.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Captain, appreciate you being here. We're going to excuse you at this time.
The state will call Dawn Hunter.
You come right up here, we'll get you sworn in. When you sit up there, just make sure you're close to the microphone, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Hey,
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Dawn Marie Hunter, DAWN HUNTER.
And what do you do?
I'm retired.
Where are you retired from?
I retired from law enforcement in 2024 from the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
How long had you been with the sheriff's office at the time you retired?
I was with the Sheriff's Office about 14, 15 years.
And did you have law enforcement experience prior to that?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
In Chapel Hill, and then prior to that in Brunswick County, and I started my career in Emerald Isle.
And throughout your tenure at the sheriff's office, what were your various roles?
I did criminal investigations. I did some patrol. I did SRT, and I did, I was also a supervisor on patrol and a supervisor in investigations.
And were you in investigations back in September of 2022?
I was.
And were you involved in the investigation of the deaths of Devin Clark and Lyric Woods?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you respond to the scene off of Buckhorn Road on September 18th?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe what you observed when you arrived there?
When I got there, I made contact with the supervisor on patrol and various patrol deputies, and they showed me up off of the gravel road where 2 bodies had been located, and I observed quite a bit of things. There was a black male and a white female. There was some shell casings, and I remember there also being some tire marks in the grass as if someone had turned around. The patrol officers had already started to put some placards out and started to set up crime scene. Later on, I had them move the crime scene up towards Buckhorn Road and to block it off in both directions.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the 2 deceased individuals?
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe about them?
I'm going to refer back to my notes if that's okay.
I know it's been a little while.
Yeah. So the black male and white female were laying on their backs. There were a male's pants. He had, hold on one second, I'm sorry. The male's pants were down below his Reeboks briefers, and his thighs, and he was wearing gray sweatpants and a black hooded sweatshirt, black socks, and a white t-shirt. His abdomen appeared to be exposed and swollen. There were maggots and fly activity coming from both the male and the female. And he appeared to have gunshot wounds to his head and thigh area.
And what was the female wearing?
She was wearing a gray sweatpants, black t-shirt, red, white, and blue, with red, white, and blue writing on it. She had blonde hair. She had several necklaces on, and she had light blue socks on, and there was a blue Croc shoe near her right foot, and another Croc shoe was under the black male. And there appeared to be gunshot wounds to her left side of the neck, and both her hands were bloody, as was her face and head area.
Okay. Did you assist with any evidence collection on scene?
No. Only thing that I did was, when I first got there, patrol was starting to put some numbers out, and if I saw something that I thought would be of importance later on, I had them mark it. I did walk the gravel road to see if I saw any other evidence, which I didn't, other than the turnaround area. And yeah, that's about it.
Okay. And drawing your attention to the following day, September 19th. Did you meet with an individual named Christian Sykes?
Yes, I did.
And did you speak with him about potential information he had about this case?
I did.
Where did you do that?
I did that at the Walmart in Mebane, in the parking lot, in my work vehicle.
Did you record that interview?
I did.
And how did you record it?
With my body-worn camera.
Is Mr. Sykes pictured on that video?
He should be, if depending on how I had my body camera set up.
And who was it in the sheriff's office who asked you to go speak with him?
So I had received information from my supervisors that Chief Sykes had received a phone call, and in that phone call, was someone who had told us about Christian and that he had information pertaining to the homicides.
And then drawing your attention to the following day, September 20th, did you attend the autopsies for Lyric Woods and Devin?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive any evidence from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what that evidence was?
Right offhand, without looking at my notes or anything, I believe it was some bullet fragments and the blood cards.
And did
And some personal clothing, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay, I interrupted you. So you collected their personal items as well?
That's correct.
And did the medical examiner's office also provide sexual assault kits
Yes, they did.
for both victims?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
It feels weird to call you Miss Hunter because I'm used to calling you Investigator Hunter, but I will show
No-
you what I
no
marked
problem.
as States Exhibits 116 and 117 and ask you if you recognize these items.
They're North Carolina State Crime Laboratory sexual assault kits.
And do you believe those to be the sexual assault kits you collected from the medical examiner for Devin Clark and Lyric Woods?
Yes, I believe so.
And once you collected those from the medical examiner's office, what did you do with them?
Normally, when I collect evidence, I put it into an evidence bag and I turn it into our evidence technique.
These obviously don't go in a bag, right?
No, ma'am.
But do you believe you would have brought those back with you to the sheriff's office?
That and along with several other items.
And who would you have given it to?
Our evidence tech, Zach Baldwin.
And after you turned that evidence in, did you have any other interaction with it at any time?
No.
Your Honor, this time I would move States 116 and 117 into evidence.
Objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, we will admit States 116 and 117 into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I have no further questions for former Investigator Hunter.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon,
Good
Ms. Hunter.
afternoon.
Would you prefer investigator?
It does not matter what you like to call me.
All right. Well, I hope you're enjoying your retirement.
I am.
So in 2022, you were in investigation. Now, were you supervisor of investigation at the time?
Yes.
And so that means that, I guess, whenever there's a crime or something that happens, you may not necessarily handle it, but you may have your hands in it in some way. Is that fair to say?
It all depends on the situation. That particular weekend, I was on call and had been out on another incident that had occurred. And once I got home from being done with that particular call, I overheard radio traffic and also had received a phone call pertaining to the two bodies.
Okay. And initially came in the afternoon of the 18th.
That's correct.
And you also mentioned that there were people already there starting to identify and mark things.
Some of the patrol deputies and later on the administration personnel, other investigators began to arrive.
Okay.
That's correct.
And you said you may not have necessarily found any evidence, but you were there while everyone was identifying it and putting placards on it. Does that sound about right?
I didn't touch anything. I observed. If I saw something, I would ask the patrol officers to put down some of the placards, the numbers, and I also directed them to put up crime scene tape. That's about it.
Okay. You also mentioned that you requested that the crime scene be expanded from the, I guess, the original location to make it larger. Is there a reason why?
Yes, because it was off Buckhorn Road, and people began to come from the community to the area, and we did not want anything to be messed with by anybody. We wanted to observe the scene as best as we could since it was in a rural area.
And so it wasn't, you didn't expand it because you thought you would find evidence further away. You expanded it in order to have a wider perimeter to keep.
Well, the gravel road runs off of Buckhorn, and you could see dust from the, I guess it would be someone coming off of the road, and not knowing if there was other evidence further up, I thought that we should preserve it.
Okay. And were you on scene until the scene closed, or did you leave before that?
No, I had left for another I'm sorry, what? What'd you say?
Oh, I was, nothing. I just want to make sure I finished my question. I think the court reporter
okay.
was trying
Go ahead.
I'll rephrase it so we can do
Sure.
it cleanly. Did you remain on the scene until they closed it?
No, I ended up leaving, tending to something else.
Now, you gave some pretty detailed information about your observations of the bodies. Was that one of your tasks or roles to kind of give detailed information on what you saw so they would have it for later?
Yes.
Okay. And did you give detailed information about any other things other than the two individuals that were found on scene?
I observed gunshot wounds to both victims, and that they were bloody. Yeah.
But outside of the victims, did you do any other detailed observation about any other evidence or things on scene?
I never collected any evidence, and I did not touch anything. I did observe what the people were wearing and the conditions that they were in and the general area itself.
And after you left the scene, at least on the 18th, you didn't have anything else to do with the investigation?
I did have some other things to do with the investigation. I did some interviews with various people, and I also went to the autopsies.
Okay. And the autopsies, those did not occur on the 18th, is that correct?
No.
They occurred later on, maybe a couple days later?
Yes.
Okay. And those autopsies were taken in Raleigh?
That's correct.
And is it typical for you to attend autopsies for cases?
It all depends. Based on some situations that took place that particular weekend, other than this case, yes, I did.
Okay. And were you there with any other officers, or were you by yourself, do you recall?
I went by myself, but I was in contact a lot with our evidence person, Investigator Baldwin, just to receive some photographs and general information to provide to the medical examiner and their investigators.
Okay. And so while you were there, did you bring these photographs? Were they on a phone? How did you give this to the...
So I had some on my phone, and I also had, it was my work phone. I think I had some that were with me at the time. And
you mentioned that when you left the medical examiner's office, you left with the sexual assault kit, which I believe was just introduced for both Devin and Lyric?
I had a lot of stuff that I collected from them, as it was personal items, the sexual assault kits, the bullets, fragments, and personal belongings.
And then those items were brought back to the Orange County Evidence.
That's correct.
And then you mentioned that at some point you spoke with a Christian Sykes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you speak with him on the phone first, or did you meet with him in person?
Only time I spoke with him on the phone was to confirm our time that we were going to meet at the Walmart. And then he told me what vehicle he would be in. And that was, we were to meet around 5 p.m. that day.
Okay. And when you actually met with him, you weren't in like an interview room or anything like that because you're at the Walmart. Where did you actually speak?
In my work vehicle, which at the time was an unmarked vehicle.
Okay. And you were asked if, when this was recording, if you and or Mr. Sykes were on film. Do you recall if either one of you were on film, or is it just audio?
I haven't seen that particular body cam footage. I think it might be a little bit of both. I'm not for sure. I believe I had placed it somewhere in the center part of my vehicle.
Okay. And you said it was a body cam. It wasn't like a dash cam or an in-car camera or anything like that?
No, it was my body camera. We don't have, in the unmarked vehicles, a lot of us don't have cameras inside of the vehicle.
All right, one moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Investigator Hunter,
Yes.
you had mentioned that there was a lot of, I guess, dust either on the road or I don't know if it was in the air when you arrived.
It was unseasonably warm that time of year, and I believe that there was like some dust where a vehicle had come out onto the road area, and then I'm not certain on that, but I think like when you first get onto the road, there would been some like light colored dust.
And are you referring to like tire marks, or was this like dust particles in the air?
Oh, no. It would have been like as if a vehicle had pulled off of the gravel road.
Okay. And did you take note on what direction it was going?
Not at that time. No, I did not. That was the purpose, one of the purposes that I had requested that the crime scene be extended.
Okay. Did you yourself notice any vehicles coming in or coming off of that gravel road while you were there?
No, not while I was there at all.
And did you ask if any of the other officers had driven on or come off that gravel road to make
So when I arrived to the scene, the patrol deputies were parked on the side of Buckhorn Road, not on the gravel portion at all.
And I know this was almost 4 years ago. Do you recall seeing like a pickup truck on that gravel road when you arrived?
I cannot tell you.
Okay, say no more. And when you were giving descriptions of both Mr. Clark and Miss Woods in that area right there, did you take note of any items that were underneath Mr. Clark?
Yes, I saw a blue Croc shoe.
Okay. And did you see another one while you were on scene as well?
Yes, near her body. There was one by her foot, I believe.
No further questions from this witness, Judge.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
I have a question before I leave. Do I have to still be on standby?
Any objection to releasing the witness from her subpoena obligation state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection, Judge.
All right. You are released from your subpoena obligations for this trial. Thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here. Would you like to approach? Ladies and gentlemen, we just need to take a quick recess before we start with the next witness. So remember the rules. I can't imagine that you've forgotten them yet. Remember to leave your notepads and pens and stuff on your chair. You can leave your jackets here if you want, because we'll just be gone in just a couple minutes. Everybody else, please remain seated. We'll excuse our jurors this time for 10 minutes.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You're welcome. Let's go ahead and bring our folks back. All right, we got everybody back. Madam DA?
Your Honor, the state will call investigator Kyle Borland.
Investigator Borland, if you come up here, we'll get you sworn in.
Left hand on the Bible and raise your right. You solemnly swear the testimony about to give the court truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Investigators, you sit up there and make sure you're close to that mic, okay?
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Kyle Borland, KYLEBORLAND.
And where do you work?
I work for the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been there?
This is my 25th year.
And what capacity do you serve there?
Criminal investigations.
How long have you been in the Criminal Investigations Division?
This will be my 6th year.
What did you do before that?
I was a lieutenant on the patrol division.
And prior to that?
I served as a task force officer on the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force. I've been a K-9 officer and also worked in the detention center.
And were you an investigator back in September of 2022?
I was.
And did you respond to the scene off of Buckhorn Road on the afternoon of September 18th of 2022?
I did.
And what did you do when you arrived on scene?
When I got there, I assisted with locating evidence at the scene.
And what did that entail?
Basically, we were looking for any type of evidence related to the crime. I was able to locate several shell casings at the scene.
Where did you locate those?
They were near the female victim's body within 3 feet.
And once you located them, what did you do?
I notified Investigator Baldwin, who was on scene, which was our evidence tech, and he took care of the placards and collecting that evidence.
Could you tell any specifics about those casings?
I could not.
And why not?
Without touching them, I can't tell as far as calibers, things of that nature.
And after assisting with locating evidence on scene, what did you do?
I did a neighborhood survey, which is where we go around to the neighborhood asking for any information about what happened, if they seen anything, things of that nature.
And were you successful in receiving any information?
I was at, I spoke to a Wendy White at 6115 Yarborough Road. She advised that she heard 10.
That's fine, Your Honor. We can move on.
Sustained.
Thank you. Other than Ms. White, did you speak with anyone else?
I spoke to several neighbors, but didn't hear anything.
Investigator Borland, I want to draw your attention to the following day, September the 19th. Did you respond to the Deerfield Crossing Apartments in Mebane?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was notified that the FBI task force was there and they had located a vehicle of interest at the time, and it had some blood stains on the vehicle.
And so, did you respond there?
I did.
What happened when you got there?
I talked to, at the time when I got there, the task force was already talking to Ms. Cordero in her apartment. I went up and also stood by with them.
And who is Ms. Cordero?
It's the lady sitting right over here, which is the defendant's mother.
And what did you do while you were on scene there?
I went down and looked at the vehicle and also noticed the blood on the vehicle. We seized the vehicle at that time, and I called for a tow truck to tow the vehicle.
Did you wait while the tow truck responded?
I did.
And once the tow truck was there, what happened?
They loaded the vehicle, and I followed the vehicle to our detention center where we had it in a secure facility.
Did anyone have to touch or enter the vehicle for it to be loaded onto the tow truck?
No.
Okay. And did you follow the vehicle all the way to the detention center?
I did.
Once you got there, what happened?
Once I got there, we pulled it into the Sally Port, where's the secure facility. The vehicle was unloaded there. I put crime scene tape around the vehicle and also put a do not touch sign around the vehicle.
Did anyone have to enter or touch the vehicle while unloading it?
I think I had to put the vehicle in neutral with, I did have latex gloves on at that time when I did that just to get the vehicle off the truck.
Did you ever sit in the car?
I did not.
If I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
When you were on scene at Deerfield, did you ever go inside the apartment?
I did.
And why did you go inside?
I went in with the TFOs that were there at the time to speak to Ms. Cordero. She did advise that there was some Ring doorbell camera video of her son that night, on the night in question, of him coming and leaving the apartment.
And did you receive that video?
I did. I received it via email.
And were you able to review it?
Yes.
And was it from the correct date?
I believe it was, yes, the 19th. No, I'm sorry. I think it was the 18th. I'm not sure if I got it wrote down in my notes, if it's the exact date on there.
Investigator Borland, Would reviewing your report help refresh your recollection as to what date that Ring camera doorbell footage was from?
Yes, I'm reviewing it.
Thank you. I'll mark this as states 124, just for identification.
So it's marked as number 124. You may hand it to the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It was, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Investigator Borland, I'll hand you what I've been marked as states 124. And do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is that?
That is my supplement report.
And looking here on the bottom of the second page, would you just review that and let me know when you finished?
Okay. So that Ring doorbell camera was from September 16th, 2022.
Thank you. And was it from the morning or the afternoon? Do you recall?
It was early morning.
Did you or anyone else while you were on scene search anywhere inside the apartment at Deerfield?
I did not. I'm not aware of anyone doing that.
If I could have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all the questions I have for Investigator Borland. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Trout, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Investigator Borland, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you mentioned that you've been in law enforcement for a while, 25 years, is that right?
Correct.
And currently you are in the Criminal Investigations Unit.
Yes.
And on the day or on the year day, September 18th, 2022, you were in the Investigations Unit at that time too, correct?
I was.
And when you came on scene, do you recall if you're one of kind of the first people getting there? Did you get there later after things had already started?
I was one of the first 5, I would say, on scene.
And you mentioned you helped kind of walk the scene and look for evidence, right?
Correct.
And while you were walking the scene and collecting evidence, you said you located 3 shell casings.
That's correct.
But you did not put on gloves and pick them up and examine them in any way. You just kind of located them so they can be marked, right?
That's correct.
Could you tell from your observation whether or not they were similar or what caliber of gun they came from, anything based on your training and experience?
Not by looking, no.
And do you recall the 3 that you found, were they in gravel? Were they in grass? Do you know what kind of terrain they were found in?
If I remember correctly, they were in grass.
Okay. And based on the terrain, because there was gravel and rock and stuff like that, it was kind of hard to find these little shell casings because of their size and the way that the rocks looked. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Do you recall who was out there helping you find this evidence?
At that time, I believe Investigator Baldwin was there.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly Investigator Vila was there. That's all I remember, being there exactly looking for evidence at that time.
Okay. Do you recall if Investigator Hunter was there or came there after you got there?
She was there when I arrived on scene, yes.
Okay. And was she helping, like, put placards down? Or?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you helped locate evidence or things of interest on the scene, did you have any other jobs while you were there?
I did survey the roadside for any evidence. I walked northbound on Buckhorn Road. I didn't locate anything of any value there.
So then the next day, that's when you went to the apartment, correct, at Deerfield?
That's correct.
And you had received information that there was a car of interest at this location, correct?
Correct.
Who did you get that information from?
I believe I got that from Captain Ray.
Okay. So Captain Ray informed you that there might be a car of interest at this location.
Correct.
And when you went there, did you have any description of what the car looked like?
I did not.
And when you got there, you mentioned you called the tow truck. The car wasn't in your custody at that point. Is that right?
If we call for a tow truck, it's usually in our custody at that time.
Okay. But you called for the tow truck.
I did.
But before you got there, it was not.
No, I did not call before I got there.
And at the time, did you have any signed documents from a judge that would have allowed you to take this vehicle?
No.
You mentioned that you went into the apartment, and did you yourself speak with Ms. Cordero, or were you kind of standing there as other people were talking to her?
I was kind of standing there while they talked to her.
Okay. But at some point, she agreed to send you a copy of a Ring camera.
Correct.
And then you reviewed it and saw that this was for the morning of the 16th.
Correct.
And you were looking for different dates and times. Is that right?
No, I wasn't looking for anything. That's what she offered to send to me.
Okay. Did you ever follow back up with her and ask her for any other footage?
I did not.
Now, after you finished, I guess, listening to this conversation between Ms. Cordero and whoever else was at the apartment, is that when you called the tow truck, or did you do it before you went inside?
I think I called the tow truck after I went down and viewed the vehicle.
Okay. And you said the tow truck driver didn't even have to touch the car in order to load it up on his truck.
Correct.
But once it got to the Sally port, you had to put it in neutral in order for it to be released?
Correct.
Okay. And you said you had to put your gloves on in order to do that?
I did.
And so did you actually have to climb up on the tow truck and then reach inside the car, or how do you?
What I would do, I would turn the key, put my hand on the brake, and pull the gear shift into a neutral position.
Okay. Okay. So you had to put the key in the ignition and somehow then move it into neutral.
I believe that's right, yes.
And then once the car was released from that tow truck, that's when you put the crime scene tape on and a big sticker or piece of paper that says "Do not touch."
Correct.
And that was all done on the 19th, and you did not do anything else in reference to this investigation on that day?
No, I didn't.
Did you collect any other video in reference to this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was that video from a business, a home?
A business.
Did that reveal anything to you?
I just collected it and turned it over to Sergeant Goodwin.
Okay. One moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further from the defense, Judge. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, officer. Excused.
The state will call Antoine Bryant.
Mr. Bryan, if you come right over here, we'll get you sworn in, all right? sit down in that chair and make sure you're sitting close to that microphone, okay?
I will.
Thank you.
Mr. Bryant, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Antoine Bryant, A-N-T-W-A-N. Last name B-R-Y-A-N-T.
And Mr. Bryant, do you know Issiah Ross?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
Previously, before the incident, I was in a relationship with his mother.
And do you see Mr. Ross in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point out where he is seated and describe an article of clothing he is wearing?
He's seated from my right of his lawyer with the black suit on, but he has on a collared shirt.
Thank you. I would ask the record to reflect that Mr. Bryant has identified the defendant, Issiah Ross.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. And Mr. Bryant, do you also know Devin Clark?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Mr. Clark?
His father and me are first cousins. Our mothers are sisters.
Mr. Bryant, I want to bring your attention to the weekend of Saturday, September 17th, and ask you if you saw Mr. Ross on that day.
Yes, I saw him on a Saturday.
Can you describe what happened on that Saturday?
Probably about 11:30 or so in the morning, I got a phone call from his mom to come over to the house. Kind of irate about something, so that's when I started getting dressed and I headed over there.
What happened, or around what time was that?
I probably arrived maybe about 12 o'clock.
And what happened when you, or where did you go?
I went to her apartment where she was staying.
Where is that?
At Deerfield.
And what happened when you got there?
I met her at the doorway. Well, we went to the door and she let me in, and she just started telling me that he had lied about taking her car or something like that.
And was Mr. Ross there?
Yes.
And what else happened while you were there?
During that time, she had showed me a video of him leaving out of the house and then coming back and just sort of talking and trying to ask him why was he trying to lie about going out on the car or whatever.
How would you describe his mother's demeanor?
She was upset about it. I think it was more about lying, so she was mad about that.
And how would you describe Issiah's demeanor?
I guess he was sort of mad that he wasn't being believed, but he was more or less in the back bedroom.
Did you have a chance to look at her car?
Yes, I did.
And did you see damage on it?
When I initially pulled up, I did see some marks on the bumper, which I did say something to her about.
Did you notice anything else with regard to that vehicle?
No, we walked outside and I asked her to crank it up, and I did lay on the ground to I said if he moved it, maybe he ran over something. So I sort of laid down prone and looked under the car, make sure the drive shaft or transmission wasn't messed up.
Did you notice anything like that?
No.
After you all checked the vehicle, what happened?
Well, after she cranked it up, like I said, I was laying on the ground. She pulled it forward out of the space and backed it back up. Didn't notice anything, and so she got out of the vehicle and we proceeded back into her apartment.
And what happened then?
Just still sort of talking about the fact that he was lying about using the car or whatever.
About how long were you there?
Probably about 3 hours or so, because I think I got home maybe about 3:30.
And when you went home, was anybody with you?
Yes.
Who was that?
Issiah.
And what, if any, decisions were made about where he would stay for the rest of the weekend?
Well, because of she was irate with him and basically said that he he was going to have to go. I said that he could end up coming over to the house because my son was gone to his mom's for the weekend.
And so, how long did Mr. Ross stay with you?
He stayed overnight Saturday until Sunday.
How would you describe his demeanor the rest of the day on Saturday?
He didn't really talk too much to me. He did, a couple of buddies of mine came by. I think he did speak or say something to them, but he didn't really say too much. He stayed outside most of the night.
Was that normal for him?
I would say to be sort of offish, yeah, because he would normally, when they did reside with me, he normally would be in his room sometimes.
Okay. Can you walk us through what happened then on Sunday morning?
Sunday, I got up probably about 8 o'clock or so. I cleaned up. I proceeded to go ahead and get dressed. I was going to church, and then I was going to a funeral for a family friend, but also my nephew's aunt. And once I got dressed and I was going to leave, I told Issiah there was some food or whatever in the freezer. He could heat up something if he wanted something else. Once I came back from that, I would go get it. But I did want him to try and fix everything and smooth it over with his mom.
And what happened after you got back from your engagements that morning?
Well, after I went to church, and then I went to the funeral, which was at a different location. And at that time, that's when I talked to my nephew, and that's when I found out that my cousin Devin was missing. So after church, I went straight to my cousin Maurice's house, and he was sitting out in the yard. I remember he had some shades on, and he was talking with his sister that's right beneath him. And so we were just standing out there, and he was just telling me that he hadn't talked to him, and I was like, that was weird. And so about that time, I told him I was going to have to leave, but I may come back, but I was going to have to take my ex-girlfriend's son to catch a bus because he was thinking about going back to stay with his father.
And who is Maurice?
Maurice is Devin's dad.
Does he also go by another name?
Yeah, his real name is Dexter, but we have the same middle name, so he goes by Maurice, not me.
Now, what time did you go back home after visiting with Maurice?
It was, I want to say it was probably about 3 o'clock.
And what happened when you got there?
At that time, I was changing clothes, and I was sort of still I was in another room, but I was sort of loud talking, just trying to say little things to Issiah, telling him he had asked him had he called his mom, was he going to fix this? He doesn't need to, be upset or have her upset with him, and whatever.
And how did the plan come about or come to your attention for him to go to the bus station?
Well, he told me that he had talked to her. She had said it was okay, that he could go ahead and go stay up there. So I asked her if it was okay, did she want me to take him? I felt like she should, but I said I would take him.
Was there any discussion of this going to Delaware on Saturday?
I think he did say something about it on that Saturday. He was going to go up there, but I kept telling him it wasn't right. I also told him that his mom was worried about whether he was going to make sure he finished school or stuff like that she was really on him about that.
So did you end up taking him to a bus station on Sunday?
Yes, it was probably after I got dressed, maybe about 3:30 or so, my oldest sister called me, and that's when she did tell me that they thought they had found Devin and the young lady or something. And so I think she hung up and she called me back maybe 30 minutes later. And then when she did tell me it was them, I just sort of sat around for a couple of hours. But then Issiah did say something about having to go to the bus station, and I asked him at that time, I said, well, what time is the bus coming and where is the location? Because I need to know how long the drive is, and that'll determine what time I leave.
And what did he tell you?
I want to say he said the bus came at 9, and so after he sent me the location via text, I want to say it was something like 4300 or 2400 something Burn Avenue in Raleigh. So when I MapQuested, it was like 48 to 50 some minutes. So I said, well, we can leave at 7 o'clock. I can stop and get gas, and we'll still be there on time.
Did Issiah and Devin know each other, to your knowledge?
Yes, they did.
And do you know how long they had known each other?
I think Issiah came down in like May of 21, and they met around maybe a month or so later.
Did they hang out?
I didn't see them hang out. I know that they had a couple of times in the yard when I was out in the yard, whether it was cutting brush or something. I remember my nephew, Dontrell, and Devin had came down, and they had the little motorcycle, and they would ride in the wood lines. So Issiah did come outside one time. Second time I made him come outside, and they were outside talking, but that was maybe like anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour.
Did they go to the same high school?
Yes.
And what high school was that?
Eastern Alamance.
Going back to Sunday evening, or Sunday afternoon, did you and Issiah talk about the fact that Devin was found deceased?
We didn't talk about it, but I think when I got the call back from my sister, I want to think that Issiah was sitting in my kitchen at that time, and I actually had my computer and stuff in the kitchen, so he was sitting in an office chair.
And, but you don't remember specifically if you told him that Devin was found dead or anything like that?
When I said it, like I said, I had a couple of buddies there, and so when I did say it, he could have overheard it from in the kitchen.
On Sunday evening, did you end up taking him to a bus station?
Yes, I did.
And is it the same one that you described in Raleigh?
Well, it's not actually a bus station. It's just an address. It's like an intersection, and there are two convenience stores, one across the street, but the other convenience store there is like a Microtel Inn or Suites or something parking lot right there, so it's all conjoined together, and the bus just comes and pulls down at the edge of the intersection and picks people up.
Can you describe what happened while y'all were there waiting for the bus?
Well, when I pulled up, I noticed it wasn't a true bus station, so I pulled up and I pulled right at the doorway of the convenience store, and I asked the guy, did a bus come down there? And he said, yes, at the bottom of the lot. So I got back in the car and I told Issiah that, and instead of pulling at the bottom, he asked me to pull up beside a fence that was beside the hotel.
And what, if anything, did he do while y'all were waiting?
Well, he went ahead, once I parked, he went ahead and he got out and he went in the trunk and he got his bag and stuff out, and then he just sat outside the car.
Did that strike you as unusual?
Kinda, because he normally did talk to me. You know, he wasn't very talkative, but he would talk to me.
How long did you have to wait for the bus?
I think the bus came more or less about 9:45 that night.
What time was it supposed to come?
At 9.
Did Issiah talk to you at all while you were waiting for the bus?
It was probably a few words. Like I said, he sat outside the car, so I was having to let my window down if I did say something to him or whatever. He was normally, I can't say if he was really on his phone a lot or something like that because of the location where he was sitting.
Where was that?
it was more on my passenger side of my car, but where my backseat rider door would open, he was kind of a little behind that, so it was a little obstructive view from my rear view. So I was having to lean forward and stuff to sort of see him, but I was just saying stuff like, hey, I hope you finish school. I don't know what's going on. You need to fix this, stuff like that.
What kind of stuff did he bring with him from his mother's house to your house?
I assumed it was clothes because when I did walk to his room at his mom's house, at first the door was shut, and I asked him to open it, and I was telling him to hurry up. So he put a lot of stuff in a suitcase, and then he did he filled up like 2 white trash bags of clothes.
And did he take all of those items with him when he got on the bus as well?
All I know is once he got to the house, I want to say maybe either from that Saturday or that Sunday while I was gone, because he did get up early Sunday once I got up, and I think he was trying to consolidate that stuff out of the 2 bags or whatever.
And did you wait the whole time until the bus arrived?
Yes, I did.
And once it arrived, what happened?
Well, once it arrived, he grabbed his stuff and he sort of took off and went to the bottom of the lot. And he was going to get on the bus, and I pulled down there and I took a couple of pictures of him to try and let his mom know that I didn't just drop him off and leave him somewhere, because I wouldn't want nobody to do my kid like that.
Sure. At what point did you become aware that law enforcement needed to speak with you?
I want to say Tuesday maybe, they showed up as I had went to pick my son up from school. And they come to my house, flew in my yard or whatever, and they reached trying to grab my son, and I'm like, what are you doing? What I don't want to curse.
Just paraphrase.
I was like, what the heck are you doing? You don't touch my mother freaking son, And they were like, I said, what do you want with my son? I said, he's a minor. I said, he's only 14. He's like, what's his name? And I said, that's Elijah. And they said, oh, okay. And I said, yeah, I know it's freaking okay. Don't run up here in my freaking car ever again about my son, or else So I was just upset, but I was like, what are you doing here?
And did they explain what they were trying to accomplish?
Well, they did eventually. Once they talked to me and they was asking me something about, did I date this person, Isaiah's mom? And I said, yeah. And they was like, well, does she live at such and such? And I said, well, if you knew that, why are you even here? And they was like, well, we just wanted to ask you something about her son. And I was like, what? I said, why don't you ask her? I said, you know where she lives? I said, well, this was his last address. I said, yeah, but he hasn't lived here since probably April. And so they kept on just going around different things. And so I finally exploded on them, and I told them I didn't have time for their mother freaking BS. My family was dealing with a tragedy that just happened, and then that's when the police officer, he said, you mean Devin? And so I said, well, yeah, how And they said, well, that's kind of why we're here. I said, kind of. I said, what do you mean? And at that time, that's when they said, well, we think that maybe Isaiah had something to do with it. And I was like, what? No. And the officer's like sort of grabbing by, he's like, just, you'll be all right. He said, I know. He said, it's surprised. I said, yeah. I said, it's very surprising. I said, no. I said, how is this? And he said, well, that's what we're thinking. I said, but I said, you mean to tell me this person probably killed my cousin? I said, they were just here at my house. I said, I just fed them. I just gave them a ride. I said I was looking out for them. I said, no. And they was just like, they sat there with me probably about 20, 30 minutes.
At some point, either that day or another day that week, did you come down to the sheriff's office?
I want to say, yes, either that day or the very next day, I came on down, and I just basically told them pretty much everything I've just stated.
Since you dropped Issiah off at the bus station on that Sunday, have you had any contact with him?
His mom did call me, and she was saying she didn't have a way to get in touch with him, and so I did try and call him, and I did say that he needed to answer the phone and talk to his mom or whatever, and he was just telling me that he didn't want to talk to her or whatever. So I was like, that's not right, and he was saying she said something, and I said, that's your mom. I said, you're supposed to listen to her. I said, she can say whatever. I said, she's worried about you. I said, she's always been worried about you. I said, she gives you everything. I said, so why wouldn't she be able to say it? And he was just like, he didn't really want to talk, and it was more or less his sister or something that didn't give him the phone. And I said, that's not right. I said, because if that was her mom, how would she feel?
So when was that conversation?
That was maybe that Monday or so. Yeah, it was before the police had came to my house.
And you said something about a sister?
Yeah, I do know that he was telling me that his sister had answered the phone. So she didn't give him the phone call when his mom called.
And do you know where his sister lives?
No.
If I could have just one moment, Your Honor, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for Mr. Bryant. Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, please. Good afternoon, Mr. Bryant.
Good afternoon.
All right, there we go. So prior to the time that you went over to Ms. Cordero's apartment, that would have been, I guess, Saturday, September 17th, Mr. Ross had actually lived in your residence. Is that right?
That's correct.
And he lived there for how long?
Close to a year.
Okay, so he was there, Ms. Cordero was there, and I guess his sister was there too?
Yes.
And then at some point, she got her place in Deerfield. Do you recall when that was?
Maybe March or April.
Okay. And you said that you got a phone call in the morning of Saturday the 17th, and that Ms. Cordero seemed like she was upset.
That's correct.
And she asked you to come over?
Correct.
And about how far a distance is your place to her place?
Maybe 3 to 5 minutes.
So not too far?
No.
And you think this was late morning, early afternoon? Like just before lunch?
Yes, I know it was.
Okay. And when you got there, you said that you, let me rewind. Did you know before you got there that this had something to do with her car?
She was saying, like I said, she was really upset. I know she was sort of yelling in the phone. There was a few expletives. Mm-hmm. He lied, he's lying or something, or whatever. And so I was just trying to get dressed and just come and get over there.
You had mentioned before that when you were outside, you took a look at the car, and that's why I was trying to figure out, did you know that this this issue at that time had to deal with the lying or whatever, had to deal with her car?
She may have said it. I just happened to look at the car as I pulled in, whatnot, because I think I want to say I parked beside it or whatever.
And you said you noticed some damage to the front bumper area of the car, right?
Well, it was some black marks on the bumper.
Okay. And was it at that time that you went underneath the car and looked to see if there was any damage when you saw that scratch by the bumper?
No, I waited till me and her went outside, and then that's when I did that.
Okay. And did you notice anything else on the car, on the outside of the car, that drew your attention other than the black streaks?
No.
Okay. And so when you went inside, is the only person you interacted with or spoke to, was that Ms. Cordero, or did you talk with Mr. Ross and his sister at that moment?
Most of the conversation was with his mom. There was occasional time I did say something to him. I think I did go back and maybe walk back to his room area maybe 2 to 3 times, but I know he did come up the hallway maybe once or twice.
Okay. And you mentioned that he had 2 plastic garbage bags and a suitcase.
Yes.
And those are the 3 items he took with him when he went to your house.
That I do remember he did definitely have the suitcase and the 2 trash bags, because I was telling him to hurry up because I was trying to go back home.
And you had given a time frame that you got home around 3, so you were there for close to 3 hours?
Yes, me and his mom was sitting at the table talking.
Okay. But the majority of the conversation and interaction was with you and his mom, Ms. Cordero, not with Issiah?
Not as much.
And you mentioned that there was some discussion about Issiah not being able to stay at her house. Is that right?
Yes, she was saying that he was going to have to go.
Okay. And that there was some conversation that she wanted him to go stay with his father. Is that right?
I don't know if it was wanting him to go up there. That's where I think he was wanting to go.
Well, in these conversations, because you were there for a little bit of time, there wasn't an expectation that he was going to stay at your house, right?
No, it was just an expectation that you wanted him out right then. And like I said, I just associated with just being upset. Maybe it could be something that could calmer heads could prevail the next day.
Okay. But on that day, once you had Issiah, or maybe shortly before you left, you did communicate with Issiah about getting a bus ticket. Is that right?
He did communicate that he wanted to get a bus ticket and go back up. Yes, he did.
And there was an attempt to get a bus ticket on that Saturday, but that didn't work out. Is that right?
I don't know. Maybe he did. I think he tried to, and it didn't pan out.
But eventually, a bus ticket was purchased, and that was for Sunday evening. Is that right?
To my knowledge, yes.
And so that Sunday, I think you mentioned you went to church and went to a funeral.
Correct.
And then maybe you got back around 3 or so?
Yes.
And then after you found out the time that the bus was leaving and that it was all the way out in Raleigh and how far it was, that's when you decided you're going to leave around 7.
Correct.
And once you guys got to the location, you had to wait because the bus was late. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, when you got to the location, you said Issiah sat outside your vehicle, right?
Yes.
Were there are other people sitting outside waiting for the bus? Is that correct?
Not where I was parked at.
But other people in the vicinity?
I can't say that where I was at the top of a lot. If other people were waiting, they were probably waiting in cars or something like that. It was across the lot.
Okay. And so when the bus arrived and Issiah got on the bus, you could physically see him get on the bus, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw him get on the bus, you saw other people get on the bus too, right?
Yes.
Okay. And after he got on the bus, you did talk to him on the phone again. Is that right?
I may have called him as soon as he got on and got settled on. I was like, hey, I'm headed on back down the road or something like that.
So this conversation about, hey, you really need to work things out with your mom, that wasn't on the phone?
No, I said that when we were leaving from his mom's house to my house. I said it Saturday. I also said it to him Sunday while we were sitting around my house.
Okay. But it wasn't after the fact about, we need to reconcile, make sure you go finish school and all that other stuff. It wasn't after he had left.
I told him several times, even while he was there and once he got on the bus, that he needs to make sure that he finished school.
So the last time you saw or talked to him was when he was sitting outside the car waiting to get on the bus.
No, that's not the last time.
So you talked to him after he got on the bus.
I said that I talked to him. I made a call. You asked, did I make a call? And I said I may have, but then I also talked to him the next day when I was telling him about his mom could not reach him.
Okay.
So that would have been after the bus. That would have been once he had got to his destination.
I apologize. So after he left your presence on the bus, you talked to him on the phone the next day, which would be Monday.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And that's when you had the conversation with him, maybe a further time about reconciling with his mother.
Yeah, well, I was telling him he needed to fix that. He needed to make sure he answered her call and talked to her.
Okay. Did you try and talk to him or reach out to him again after that day?
I want to think so. Yeah.
So you did talk to him again?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know around what time? If that was Monday that we know that you talked to him, what would it have been? Would it have been Tuesday? Would it have been Wednesday?
I think it was after, it may have been Tuesday or so.
Okay. And in that conversation, was it a similar content or did you talk about something different?
No, it was questioning. At that specific time when the police came, I was on the phone with his mother, so she heard what was going on, or some of it.
So when you talked to Mr. Ross on the phone, his mom was in the background. Is that what you're saying?
No, I said when I was talking to the police at my house, his mom was on the phone. I was talking to her on the phone.
Okay. So you talked to his mom when the police came over?
I was already on the phone with her.
All right. And then so did you eventually patch Issiah in on three-way? Because I was just asking about Issiah.
No, I didn't.
I'm going to rephrase my question just so I make sure I have it clear. So after Monday, did you talk to Issiah again?
No, I said I don't think I did. It was actually Monday was the only day. I talked to his mom on the next day, and that's when I was trying to figure out what was going on because she was already on the phone with me when the police came up in my yard. Okay. So she sort of heard the interaction with me and the police.
All right. Sorry, I was confused. Thank you for clearing that up. So you said you go to pick up your son, and that was that Tuesday.
Yes.
When you're, I guess, pulling into the parking lot or pulling into the driveway, that's when they kind of surround you and your son. Is that fair to say?
Well, they flew in on I think I wanted to say a white Tahoe truck.
Okay. And they went as far as kind of putting their hands on your son when you guys were trying to get out the car?
Well, getting to reach into the car or whatever. They came up to the car, and that's when I was like, well, I exploded because I didn't know what was going on.
Right. And at some point, they gave some explanation as to why they were there. Is that right?
Yes, after me and my son both got out of the car, and I instructed him to go on in the house.
They asked if they could search your residence. Isn't that right?
I want to say yeah.
And you said sure.
Yeah.
All right. And they didn't find anything in your residence. Is that right?
Correct.
And I'm assuming they asked you about all your interactions you had with Issiah and his mom a couple days prior. Is that right?
Well, they just asked me about the weekend.
Okay. And while Issiah was staying with you, that would have been Saturday into Sunday, nobody came over. Is that right? That you're aware of?
My buddies came by.
Nobody for Issiah?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when your buddies came by, did you guys watch TV? What did you all?
We was watching football.
Was Issiah with you at all?
Issiah was outside most of the time.
Okay. When you were with Isaiah Saturday into Sunday, you said he was outside the whole time, but at some point he did come in. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever notice him consolidating his things into less bags or anything like that?
No. Well, while he was outside, I do know he pulled some of the stuff out because at that time it was a trampoline that was out there and a chair that I was sitting in. And he sat, I think he sat in the chair and then he had some of the stuff out. And then Sunday morning, he went outside once I was taking a shower because I did come out and told him to make sure he closed my door and trunk and don't run my battery down. He didn't have money for a car battery.
Understood. You were also asked about whether or not Isaiah and Devin knew each other.
Correct.
And you described that shortly after Isaiah moved down here, that I guess they met. So if he came down in May, they may have met sometime in June or July. Is that about right?
Yeah.
And that would have been in 2021.
Yes.
And after that time, how many times did you see them together?
Like I said, only the couple of times in the yard.
In your yard?
Yes.
And so you never saw them at Devin's house or any other?
No.
Okay. And in their interactions, do you recall, how would you describe them? Were they cordial? Like, what were they like?
Well, they was just meetings, so yeah, they were cordial. I mean.
And Isaiah lived with you for about a year. There was never a time when they would hang out outside of him coming over to your house to be in the yard?
I never saw them as far as that. Like I said, most of the time, once he came in from school, he was pretty much at the house. He was dealing with his computer or his music or something.
Okay. And these events that were at your house outside of, maybe even this first one, were these like family functions, like birthday parties or family reunions? What were they like?
No, my sister lives next door. My cousin Dexter, he stays less than a quarter mile down the street. Some other cousins stay within a mile as well, so we're all right there. It's nothing to actually see each other.
What was it like? A cookout? Was there music, or was there an event or occasion when they were coming out, or was it just family just gets together because we live nearby?
Pretty much.
Okay. And were there any festivities or activities that would occur at these outings in the yard?
No, I was cutting limbs or cutting brush or whatever when they were talking. The other time, like I said, the boys come down on the motorcycle and they got to ride out in the woods, and Isaiah wanted to ride. And I did question him about it because I told him if he didn't know how, don't get on that bike, it could hurt you. Mm-hmm. And he did proceed. He got on it, and after a few minutes, we didn't hear anything. So Devin and my nephew, Dontrell, took off to the wood line, and they went and got him and pushed the bike back.
Okay. And you mentioned that they also went to the same high school. Is that right?
Correct.
Did they ride the same bus? Was there any other kind of interactions that they would have had outside of seeing each other in your yard?
They would have been on the same bus. Like I said, Isaiah, he went up, he would go and catch the bus up at the top of the street. So if they got on the bus, if my cousin Devin and if they rode the bus, they would have probably saw each other.
And so prior to September, I guess this would be like the 20th or 21st when you heard about Isaiah's possible involvement in this, they never had any negative interactions that you're aware of?
No, not that I'm aware of.
One moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple more questions, Mr. Bryant. You found out about Devin's body on Sunday, the same day you took Mr. Ross to the bus station.
Yes.
And I think you said you talked to his father, or some other family member informed you of what they thought they found or heard, and then eventually got confirmed. Is that right?
Repeat that?
I will. Another family member told you about what was found over at Buckhorn Road. Is that right?
Yes, my sister.
And you mentioned that maybe you were talking to some of the other people about it who were at the house with you. Is that right?
Yes.
But you never actually talked with Mr. Ross about it directly. Is that right?
He, like I said, I think at that time he was sitting in the kitchen. I was in the living room standing at my front door. When she called, I answered my cell phone. Then that's when she said that. Like I said, she called back maybe 20, 30 minutes later, and she confirmed it. And that's where I was standing. I was back in the living room, and then that's when I think I repeated that, and my buddies heard it.
But you never actually had any direct conversations or said anything to Mr. Ross if he was right there in the kitchen. Is that right?
No, not directly, not where I just called his name and said, hey, do you know? So no, I didn't.
And you said you lived with Mr. Ross for over a year. Would you describe him kind of like a quiet person who stayed to himself in his room?
Pretty much.
And he didn't have a lot of friends come over or anything like that you recall from when he was with you?
Well, like I said, he had just came down in May. So no, he didn't have a lot of friends.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Bryant, are you aware of whether Issiah and your other nephew, Dontrell, knew each other?
Yes.
And had you seen them together before?
Yes.
And more or less frequently than you saw Issiah and Devin?
I would say it was probably about the same time. Like I said, my nephew and Devin were pretty much, they was in the sports heavily, so they were constantly going to practices and stuff like that. Issiah was more into computers and music, so he was constantly doing something with his music, so he was in the room or sitting outside.
And did Dontrell and Devin spend a lot of time together?
Pretty much as long as they were breathing.
And you mentioned that Dexter, I'm not sure I fully understood what you said. He lives on the same street as you?
No, he lives, I go up to the top of my road and make a right and go down, so probably, like I said, maybe a quarter mile or less.
On that Sunday morning, when you were gone to church and the funeral, about how long were you gone?
I want to say from maybe about 10:30 to almost right at 3 o'clock.
When the officers or investigators asked if they could search inside your residence, where did they search?
I want to think they went all over the house. I told them they could search the house, and then they asked me, well, had he been outside or something? I told them, I said, yeah. I said, he was just sitting right here, right beside or behind my car. I said, if you want to, I said, and they said, do you think he may have thrown something out? I said, I don't know, but if you want to, I said, search.
And they did that?
Yes, I think so.
That's all the redirect I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Recross?
No recross.
All right. Mr. Bryant, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
You're excused at this time.
All right, thank you.
State will call Investigator Trent Hall.
Investigator Hall, if you come right up here, we'll get you sworn in, all right?
Left hand on the Bible and raise your right. You solemnly swear the testimony that you give this court and jury to be the truth, all the truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
When you get seated, make sure you're close to that microphone, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Hello,
Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Trent, Trent, Hall, Hall.
And where are you employed?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
for 10 years.
And did you have prior law enforcement experience?
I did. I was with the Durham Police Department for 17 years.
And what roles have you performed at the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Started at the jail, then patrol, investigations. That's where I am now.
And do you have a specialty in investigations?
I do. I'm part of the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force.
Were you an investigator back in September of 2022?
I was.
And did you respond to the area off of Buckhorn Road near Yarborough Road on that afternoon?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe what happened when you arrived there?
Looked at the scene, made some notes. The perimeter was established, spoke with Investigator Goodwin, went to the scene, observed the decedents, and waited around in case the major or captain or the investigators needed anything else.
Okay. Did you assist with locating or collecting any evidence there?
No, I did not.
And did you ultimately perform any duties while on scene?
No, I didn't.
I want to draw your attention to actually later that same evening on the 18th, did you respond to the residence of Dexter Clark?
I did.
And can you describe what occurred at that residence?
Overheard Dexter Clark speak with Captain Ray there at when we were at the office. He had myself and Investigator Goodwin and a Mebane police officer respond to the residence.
And why did you respond there?
He was missing a 9mm firearm.
Can you describe what happened when you arrived at Mr. Clark's residence?
I believe we knocked on the back door, made contact with him, and he showed us where the gun case that kept his missing firearm was. I believe it was in the top drawer of his dresser.
And were you able to look at that item?
We were.
What, if anything, did you observe about it?
But the firearm wasn't missing, or the firearm was missing. It wasn't in the case. He said it usually this is where he kept it. We also observed a box of 9mm ammo.
And what, if anything, did you do with that 9mm ammo?
I knew earlier in the day, I knew that there had been some 9mm shell casings found at the scene. So I asked Mr. Clark if we could take the box of ammunition in case we needed that for evidence.
And did he allow you to do that?
He did.
You said Investigator Goodwin was also there with you.
He was.
Which of you actually took the box of ammunition?
I believe it was me.
Okay. And what did you do with it after that?
We took it back to the office.
And did you have a chance to observe the inside of that box of ammo?
I did. I noted that the rounds were bright and shiny, didn't appear to be oxidized or be an old type of ammo.
How many rounds were in the box, if you recall?
I noted that 23 rounds were missing.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Investigator Hall, show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 125. I'm going to remove the contents of State's 125 and ask you if you recognize this.
It's the box we took from Mr. Clark.
And would you look inside of that box and tell me if the contents are as you remember them when you recovered that item from Mr. Clark?
I do. I did make a note that Mr. Clark wanted to keep some ammo.
Loudly into the mic, please.
I did note that Mr. Clark did want to keep some of the ammo.
Okay. So did he keep ammunition from this box before he gave it to you?
I believe so. I noted that he did keep several rounds since he bought it for his pistol.
And when you first observed it, how many rounds were missing again?
I noted 23 rounds.
Your Honor, this time I would move State's Exhibit 25 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 125 will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Hall, drawing your attention to the following day, September 19th, did you respond to the residence of Antoine Bryant?
I did.
And why did you go there?
Major Wood told us that apparently a suspect identified as Issiah had stayed with Mr. Bryant and was friends with Devin Clark.
And what happened when you went to Mr. Bryant's residence?
Spoke with Mr. Bryant. He consented to search his son's bedroom. That's where Issiah was staying. He stated he stayed the night there over the weekend, and Mr. Bryant was concerned that Issiah may have left evidence in the room.
And was anybody with you when you went there?
Myself and Investigator Andrews.
And did Mr. Bryant allow you all to search inside his property?
He did, and I have a waiver, I believe. No, that's something else. Excuse me.
That's all right.
Consent to search.
Did you search the bedroom where he identified for you that Issiah had stayed?
Yes, we did.
And what, if anything, did you find there?
Nothing of note.
Can you describe the general, like what was in the room?
Trying to remember correctly, just sheets, bed, clothes in the closet, shoes, nothing out of the ordinary.
Did you find any electronic devices in the room?
I don't have it noted.
Is that something you would have noted?
Oh, of course. I would.
Did you find a firearm in the room?
No.
So nothing in there drew your attention?
No,
And did you collect anything from his residence?
no, I did not.
Did Investigator Andrews collect anything?
No.
Your Honor, those are all the questions I have for Investigator Hall. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, please. Good afternoon, Investigator Hall.
Good afternoon.
So when you started working on this investigation, it sounds like you got there a little bit later than other people. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And were you there until like the crime scene was closed down and they were breaking things, taking the tape down and opening up the streets?
No, I believe I left before that was done.
But when you were there, you were able to kind of see the shell casings that were found, and obviously the bodies were still there on the scene.
Yes, sir.
And you got to see kind of the coloring, and you even talked about the caliber. About 9mm shell casings were found over there off of Buckhorn. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
There came a time where a call or report came in for a missing firearm, and that's why you went to Dexter Clark's residence. Is that right?
Yes, I believe in my notes it said he was speaking with our captain, Jeff Ray.
Okay. And you went there with Investigator Goodwin?
Yes, sir.
And I think he even said he met you at the back door.
Yes.
And I don't know if he came with the box, but he showed you where this box was located.
Yes, sir.
And it was clear that when you opened the box that there was an impression where I guess a firearm would sit neatly in that box.
I don't know if there was an impression, but he pointed out that he kept his firearm in this box. It was a plastic box. Usually a firearm would come in.
Okay. And the ammunition that we talked about, we're going to talk about in a second, was that in the box or was that kept somewhere separate?
I believe it was in the same drawer. I don't think it was in the same plastic box that the gun came in.
All right. And this wasn't like in a closet or anything like that. It was like a drawer, that may be in a dresser or something like that.
Yes, sir. I believe it was the top dresser drawer.
Okay. And did he give you any indication that this is where it normally is and he was surprised it was gone? Did he give you any indication as to anything about this gun other than this is the box it's normally in?
He gave us the impression that this gun was kept in this case, and he called my captain because it was not there anymore.
Okay. And when you got a chance to look at State's Exhibit 125, I think it was, yes, that's the ammunition.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that there were 23 bullets missing.
Yes.
And did Mr. Clark say that he had recently loaded this gun or anything along those lines?
No, sir.
Did he tell you how many bullets this gun held?
No.
Before, I don't know when in the conversation, but you said he wanted to keep some of the rounds himself.
Yes.
Do you recall how many rounds he kept?
No.
When you got the box, do you recall how many rounds were left in the box that you got to take?
I believe there's 2 in there.
All right, so there's 2 in there. Your Honor, can I approach, has State's 125 been admitted yet?
It has.
Okay, I thought so. You mind if I approach with State's Exhibit 125?
Where is 125?
It's right here on the corner of my desk.
Yes, you may.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
So inside State's Exhibit 125 is this box.
Yes.
Does it give you does it say who the manufacturer is?
Remington, and I believe the model is Range.
Okay. And the actual bullet or shell casing, does it have any initials or anything on it?
Actually, there's 3 in there.
Make sure you keep your voice up, all right?
Looks like there's 3 rounds in the box. I believe it's 9mm Ruger.
Are there any initials on there?
Is it KDA? Maybe if I had some reading glasses, I could tell you what those other initials were. I believe it's at the top, between the 9mm and the Ruger. I can't read it on this one.
No, I can't read them either.
All right. Yeah, let's try that. Luger 9mm, and I believe it's P plus P or R plus P.
There it is. Yeah, I can see it now. R plus P.
Yep.
We all in agreement it says R plus P?
Yes.
Yep.
Want me to try the glasses too?
Sure. I think it's the glare of the lights as well.
If I use this? My prescription. Yes. R plus P.
Well, the record reflect that we believe that the stamp on the bottom of the ammunition says R plus P.
There you are.
Thank you. And just confirm there are 3 bullets in the box.
Yes, three rounds.
And what is the total number that would be in this box?
50.
And he had mentioned that there are at least 23 missing.
Yes.
If I may turn this back. When you were on the scene at Buckhorn Road, I guess the day before, on the 18th, were you made aware? You were made aware that there were 9mm shell casings.
Yes.
Were you made aware of the type or manufacturer of shell casings that were found on scene?
I don't believe so.
But you did take note of the color.
I made a note of the color in the box of the ammunition, that it didn't appear that the ammunition had been kept for a long time. I noted they were shiny and bright. So they're the scene.
So the color of the shell casings we were just holding were, how would you describe it? What color? Do you remember?
Gold.
Okay.
Gold color. Yes.
Do you recall the color of the shell casings that were found on the scene at Buckhorn, if they were a similar color?
I don't recall. I didn't get that close to them.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you had a chance to go to Mr. Bryant's house. So
Yes.
leaving Dexter Clark's house, but going to Mr. Bryant's house, and you had gotten information that Issiah Ross had gone to this residence, had stayed at this residence, and that he had known Dexter Clark. Is that right?
Yes.
And so how many law enforcement officers were with you at that time?
I believe it was just myself and Investigator Andrews.
Okay. Had law enforcement officers gotten there prior to your arrival?
I don't believe they have.
Okay. So when you arrived, where was Mr. Bryant?
I can't remember exactly where he was.
You don't, did you knock on the door? Was this?
I'm assuming we did.
Okay. And are you aware of whether or not law enforcement had spoken to or interacted with Mr. Bryant prior to your interaction with him?
Well, I was asked by Major Wood to respond to his address, so I believe he spoke with Mr. Bryant.
Okay. And was anyone else present at the residence? Was Mr. Bryant's son there or any other people there when you arrived?
No.
And so when you had this interaction, it sounded like you were talking and he agreed to let you search his residence. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is the only place you searched that bedroom, or did you look at other common areas of the house as well?
We just looked in the bedroom.
Okay. And what about areas outside? Did you ask, well, was Mr. Ross sitting here, or was he spending time there?
I didn't note that. I don't recall.
Okay. But we do know that you searched that bedroom and you found nothing of note.
Yes, sir.
And then after that interaction and after that time in that bedroom, there was no other interaction you had with Mr. Bryant about this case?
No, sir.
Nothing further.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Investigator Hall, thank you very much for being
Thanks.
here. You'll be excused at this time.
Your Honor, as I mentioned to the court in chambers this morning, I have some scheduling issues with my remaining witnesses. I have run out of individuals for today. I will note I am more than 2/3 of the way done with my witness list.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can imagine, there, as we had today, a number of experts are going to be called in this particular case. And those experts the DA has to schedule beforehand. We've been very efficient in the use of the time, such that at this point, we need to wait tomorrow till the next group of witnesses is available to be questioned. And as the DA indicated, we're more than halfway through the witnesses that they plan on calling at this time, so we're making good progress. So with that, I will once again turn you loose out into the world. Let me remind you, before you head out, all of the rules again. I think I've told you by the time you get done, you'll be able to tell me these rules. You probably already can. Please remember, number one, y'all can hang out. You just can't talk about this case. Number two, remember you cannot talk to anybody else about what's going on inside the courtroom. I know this is very hard because your loved ones, your family, your friends, everybody wants to know what's going on. You just have to hold them off. Be super mysterious. It'll make you so much cooler, I promise, until you get all done, and then you can talk about it. Number three, please remember, do not allow anybody to talk to you or around you about this particular case. If that happens, please let me know so I can take care of that. As you go home tonight, also remember there's going to be some media coverage about this. Please avoid it all. Television, internet, newspaper, radio, ham radio, however you get your news. Just ask you to hold off for the next couple days until we get through this trial, all right? Fourth, no encyclopedias, remember? Along with that, no other investigations or any sort of other research into this case about the people who testified, about the evidence you've heard, about the law, or about anything. Promise you, doing good. Everything you're going to need to hear, you guys have heard while you've been here in the courtroom, all right? Lastly, please remember, keep your minds open. We have not heard all the evidence, although we're getting close to the end of the state's case. You have not heard the arguments of counsel, and you have not heard the law that you're going to need to apply to what you have heard. So with that, I'm going to ask everybody else to please remain seated. I wish you all a wonderful evening. We'll see you back here, and we'll start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. All right, all of our jurors are outside of the courtroom. Madam DA, I'm assuming we have the rest of your witness scheduled to be tomorrow?
Your Honor, I do have, I still need to communicate with a couple of people about their availability for the afternoon. I do have an expert tomorrow morning. I do have a witness who has to be here at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And then I also have Investigator Goodwin, who I plan to call in the morning after the ballistics expert testifies. She has another subpoena, so I need to get her done.
All right, let's try to the best of your ability to see if we can get everybody else lined up for tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'm going to start messaging them now.
All right, I appreciate that. Anything else you want to address before we recess?
My legal assistant continues to remind me that States Exhibits 2 through 32, although I had Investigator Baldwin come down and I did show them to the jury, I did not officially say for the record that I was publishing them to the jury, and she likes for me to keep a clean record, so I would just add that.
Well, to the extent that somebody is not clear, you definitely publish them and show them to the jury.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Trapp?
Nothing from the defense. Thank you, Judge.
All right. With that, we'll be in recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning, please.
Recess tomorrow.